So good morning from Tokyo, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dwiki from the Capacity Building and Training Department of ADPI. It is truly a great pleasure to welcome all of you on the workshop on sustainable approaches to post-disaster reconstruction. Thank you very much, especially for coming on a weekday. Some of you may be really busy, of course, and we really appreciate you coming to attend the workshop. So I hope you have your breakfast ready, coffee ready, and you're ready to start the day with us. So this event is jointly organized by ADBI and my colleagues, Professor Piyush and also Dr. Jyoti Shukla from the University of Melbourne. So we will start the day at 10 a.m. This morning. So I'm going to run through some of the agenda and also the housekeeping rules. So before we start, I'm sure all of us are quite familiar with the arrangement of Zoom because we're probably quite used to it. But I just want to quickly go through the usual arrangement here. First of all, please turn on your video or put a profile picture on Zoom. Mute your mic while speaking. Also, do not forget to turn on your video while you're speaking. If you want to ask a question, you can either type it in the chat box or click the raise your hand button. We would also like to inform that the whole session will be recorded. This is for our internal procedure as well. So now I will briefly explain the agenda. We will start at 10 a.m. With the welcoming remarks from Dr. Dil Rahut, Vice Chair of Research and Senior Research Fellow of ADPI. Then we will go into the first session that will be led by Professor Piyush Tiwari of the University of Melbourne to talk about the identification of post-disaster losses of affected person as our overview of the all-day session. And then after that, it goes to 1 p.m. Then we will have a 1-hour break. After that, we will start with session 2 that will be led by Dr. Jyoti Shukla to discuss the capability approach as a method for normative evaluation of inequality and also social justice development policies. We will also discuss some case studies in the session 4. Now, I guess I will go to Dr. Dil, who will give the opening remarks. So, Dr. Dil, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Duki, for your kind introductions. I'd like to welcome all of you to this conference on sustainability approaches to post-disaster risk management. Basically, I would like to start by thanking Professor Piyush for making time for us. We are very honored to have such a distinguished professor with us to share your experience and share your knowledge with young researchers from developing countries. So thank you very much, Professor Piyush. And I would also like to thank Dr. Jyoti Shukla for being with us. Thank you very much. You bring in so much of experience, and I think it will be a very interesting experience for all of us. And also, I'd like to thank Dr. Sitaram for organizing this very interesting workshop. And I shouldn't forget to thank Duki for putting everything together. I would also like to thank Saksi, who is here with us, and Akiko-san for providing all the supports. We are very grateful to you. Without your support and without your contributions, we wouldn't have had this very interesting and timely conference. So I would also like to give very brief thoughts about the disasters. Until now, the way we look at disaster has been like a firefighting kind of events. Whenever there's a disaster, we go run and try to put out the fire. However, the disasters has been increasing, and it has been very chaotic. The frequency of disaster has increased. The intensity of disaster has increased. Therefore, it's very important for us to be prepared so that when disaster happens, we are not in panic. We are able to handle it very well. And this webinar will bring about several cases and also theoretical backgrounds behind disaster risk management, particularly in the face of climate change. The biotic disaster is going to be even more serious. Therefore, all of us need to be prepared before we actually face disaster. For example, we had a disaster in Pakistan, the flood, the severe flood. As a result of which, like there was loss of poverty, there was loss of infrastructures, but also loss of life. Therefore, like we really need to prepare ourselves so that before anything happens, we are able to we create a society which is very resilient to the disaster. That's one. And second thing is that whenever disaster happen, little negative effect that we have, we are able to manage it well. So that's very, very important. And these challenges has been rising. Particularly, we had been discussing with Professor Pius. If you look at the coastal areas, particularly like areas like Sundarbans, we can see lots of disaster, the rise of sea levels, salinations, sea inundations, and these poor small households living along the coastal areas has not been able to cope with those shocks. Therefore, we really need to build resilience, resilience at an individual level, resilience at the societal level, and regional, national level, and also global level. So that's one thing that we really need to look at. And this interesting workshop will bring out several cases and discuss those cases as to how different countries, different communities manage those shocks. I wish, I could be with Professor Pius and Dr. Jyoti and the team for the entire day to listen to this very interesting discussions that's going to take place. Unfortunately, I have to travel, so I have to take leave. But then, I would definitely get back to Professor Pius and also Dr. Jyoti to know more about it, because this is very crucial and this is very important for all of us, because we have not realized the challenges that we are facing as a humanity. So this webinar will definitely bring out those challenges that we are facing, and how do we actually manage those challenges so as to minimize the loss of life and loss of property. So with this, I'd like to thank once again the organizer, and also I'd like to thank Professor Pius and Dr. Jyoti Sukla for being with us and for taking time to share your valuable experiences, valuable research that you have done. And also I'd like to thank all the participants for being with us, and I'd like to request all the participants to actively participate, pose questions, and also share your cases, so that we also could learn from your experience with this. And with thanking note, I would like to end my opening remarks and give back the floor to Duki.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deal, for the opening remarks. Now, we would like to just go straight to the session that will be led by Professor Piyush. Professor Piyush, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dwiki. Thanks a lot. And thanks, Dr. Dil Raut and Dr. Sitaramji. It has been wonderful to work with you over the last year or so, or maybe more than a year, on this whole project of post-disaster reconstruction. And we have been exchanging ideas and thoughts about how the disaster is being viewed and how it is being addressed, given that the frequency and intensity, as Dr. Dil was mentioning, of disasters has increased. I would also like to thank ADBI for putting together this wonderful event where it has brought participants from 20 countries. Can you believe it? 20 countries participants are participating in today's. That shows the importance of this issue, and particularly in Asia, which is one of the most disaster-prone area in the world. Dwiki and Sakshi have been the backbone of this whole event, and it has been great to work with them and receive their support. So what I'm going to do is that very briefly, let me share the slide first. Very briefly take you through the day's agenda and also introduce my colleague and me. So My name is Piyush Tiwari. I'm professor in property at the University of Melbourne. I've been working on the issue of disaster for a few years now, mainly starting as the role that the property can play in disaster reconstruction. The question arose from the concerns about well-being, welfare, and inequities, and how these are addressed within the disaster context. And the well-being plays a very important role, particularly when we are looking at post-disaster reconstruction of those who are affected by disasters. So we thought that it may be a great idea to put together the knowledge that is already there on the experiences of post-disaster reconstruction and what are the good approaches going forward. So that is broadly where I am coming from the perspective of my research. And in the past, I've worked on infrastructure policy and infrastructure finance in India, and also have been teaching property for more than 25 years now. So that's very brief introduction, but would be most welcome any kind of questions that you may have or anything else that you would want me to share. I would be more than happy to share. Before I ask Dr. Jyoti Shukla to introduce herself, one request I have is that in today's workshop, we are co-creating the knowledge. So all of you who are participating are equally responsible for contribution. So please feel free to share your thoughts, your questions, participate anytime you like, and let's co-create the knowledge of post-disaster reconstruction. That's the agenda that I would set for all of us today. Dr. Jyoti Shukla, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Piyush, and thank you everyone else for participating and organizing this important session. My name is Jyoti, and my association with the issue of disaster was through my doctoral research, where I started looking at the concept of well-being and what property contributes to the well-being of those who own it, and when taken away, how does it impact upon their well-being. And all these were very theoretical yet empirical studies, and starting from looking at property, we have slowly expanded to look at various ways in which property is lost, and then how can it be restituted, both in terms of the physical loss, the financial loss, as well as those dimensions of well-being which property builds together along with other assets and other infrastructure and resources in the form of social networks and also in the form of familial networks that people have, because property is not just one physical entity. It is created together with the help of these softer associations with people around it, the sense of identity, place, territory, nation, etc. So those concepts, when expanded to look at broader definition of disasters, be it man-made disaster or be it natural disaster, is what constitutes the core area of my research. And today I will share insights from theory as well as its application in the case of tsunami disaster in the Indian context. And I look forward to those discussions with your participation, of course, as Piyush rightly mentioned. So looking forward to it. Over to you, Piyush.
Thank you very much, Jyoti. Right. So what we set ourselves are some of the learning objectives. What are we going to get out of this whole day workshop? First of all, let's set our expectations at the outset very clear. Our focus is on post-disaster reconstruction. We are not looking at the disaster mitigation part, which is also an important, but in this workshop, we are not debating or discussing that part. The second thing is that our focus is more on the policy, the program, the organizational structure, the institutions, and the mechanisms that are used in post-disaster reconstruction. We are not going to look into the engineering or technical aspect of how the post-disaster construction should happen, or how the shelter should be constructed and so on. But what we would be looking at is what is to be reconstructed. That's the first question. Is it the shelter? Is it the livelihood? Are these the important issue? Or is it something else that we are trying to reconstruct? Before that, the question that arises is what is lost? Is it the loss of house? Is it the loss of income? Is it the loss of other assets? Is it the loss of infrastructure? Or is it something different? So here, what we position as a proposition is that while these resources, these assets are important, but they all contribute to the broader goal of well-being. And that is what is lost during any disaster. Now, then the question is that if we were to reconstruct well-being, what do we mean by that? How do we identify the components of well-being that are lost? And how do we reconstruct well-being? So then in that reconstruction, what are the challenges that we face? So there are a few learning outcomes that we set for ourselves. The first is to identify normative and conceptual issues that arise during post-disaster reconstruction. These are important issues. The post-disaster reconstruction is normative. Each disaster is different, each context is different. The different approaches then that are used to reconstruct would also have these specific dimensions. So need to understand or identify what are those issues that arise during a post-disaster reconstruction. The second learning outcome is to familiarize the emerging discourses on post-disaster reconstruction. So again, emphasizing on the point that we are stepping away from the technical or engineering discussion into the philosophical, into the policy or the program. How do they take into those philosophical issues that arise and what challenges that poses? So we need to understand what are those emerging discourses on post-disaster reconstruction. The third learning outcome that we would have is to apply a theoretical approach, which is based on capability approach or the SANES capability approach of looking at welfare slightly differently to understand and measure the losses that need to be reconstructed after disaster. And also the link that we have between the current practices and the Build Back Better framework. It also, the whole workshop or the whole discussion will also raise the question that we need to understand and discuss and answer for ourselves. What do we mean by Build Back Better? Is it building a shelter? Is it building an infrastructure? Or is it rebuilding the well-being of those who have been affected by disaster? Now, if the spotlight is on well-being, then we need to understand how do we understand well-being and what are those dimensions that we need to reconstruct in a Build Back Better, particularly from the point of view of reinstituting well-being of a household or affected person. The structure of the workshop is that very briefly I'll talk about, based on the literature, what are the key issues that have been discussed in the post-disaster reconstruction. What are the challenges associated with that, and what kind of issues arise there. Then we'll have a break for about 10 minutes, wherein we will stay back. Both Dr. Shukla and I would be here. If you would want to discuss any question that may arise from the previous session, please do that. Then after that, I'll in the session 2, I'll take you through some of the select case studies from the ASEAN countries, and we'll look at the key issues that were there in those disaster reconstruction practices. Here, we'll look at what has been reported, researched, and discussed in the literature, and also I will present some very brief insights from the workers or the field staff who were participating in those reconstruction efforts. Then we'll have a lunch break between 1 and 2. Post that lunch break, Dr. Shukla will take you through the capability approach, which is the overarching framework through which we would look at the well-being of disaster-affected person. And then in session 4, Dr. Shukla will work with you in applying capability approach to a context and see what kind of results and outcome does that lead to. So without further ado, let me start with the first session on the post-disaster reconstruction, the approaches, advantages, and limitations. Now, one request I have is that please don't hesitate to ask questions. This is a great opportunity, and all of us are here to learn from each other. So please don't hesitate to ask question. You can unmute yourself, ask question, or you can write your question in the chat box. We will take those questions as we go, and it will be also great learning experience that way, and will be participative process through which we'll try to gain something out of it today. So the structure of my talk in this session is as follows. The first issue that I would place before you is the challenge that the Asia and the Pacific faces with regard to disaster. Asia and the Pacific is the most vulnerable region of the world, and it witnesses numerous disasters which have significant negative impact on lives, livelihoods, and the assets of household. We'll also talk about some of the approaches to disaster management, the frameworks that have evolved over a period of time, very briefly, and see what are the key components of those frameworks. Then, based on literature around numerous disasters, without going into the details of the disaster specifically, what are the key lessons that have emerged in the post-disaster management, and what do we see as the way forward? Now, this particular chart here shows the population in Asia and Pacific. As you can see here, that a significant share of the world's or the global's population lives in Asia and Pacific. And within Asia and Pacific, the South Asia has the largest share of population. This includes countries like India, Pakistan, which have a significantly great population share. The next region which is important here is the East Asia, which includes China. And that again is one of the largest, most populated countries in the world. And China is also one of the most vulnerable countries in terms of disasters. Southeast Asia is the third largest region with regard to population in Asia and the Pacific. So you can see here is that the population that resides in this part of the world is quite a large share of the global population. Not only that, in terms of density, this is also one of the most dense areas in the world. So put this in the context of disaster, what it means is that the impact of any disaster on this region would be quite significant and negative. This chart shows the old age dependency ratio. So what we see here is that over a period of time, the ratio of population which is older in the total population that has increased. Now, South Asia is dominated by largely the young population in 2020, but as we go in the future, the share of older population is increasing. The Eastern Asia has the largest share of old population in the region. Now, why this is important? This is important because disasters affect different people differently. The most vulnerable are those with disability, those who are in the older age, and those who are younger or the children. They are the ones who suffer from disasters the most. It affects their livelihood, it affects their ability to cope with disasters, and it takes quite a long time to rebuild the losses which they suffer. The other important aspect of the region is that it's urbanizing very fast. So you can see here the East Asia, which had 30% of their population in 1990 living in cities, the share is projected to go up to as high as 70%. The situation in South Asia is also very similar. From somewhere around 25%, the share of urban population is increasing. Again, this is important because what it means is that the impact on cities would also be quite substantial of any disasters that would occur. And this we have seen in many countries, that in cities such as Chennai in India, the impact of repeated typhoons have been significant in terms of their impact on lives and livelihood. Now, this particular picture here shows the region, Asia and the Pacific. And what I'm going to show you is that the disasters are not concentrated in one region, but rather the whole of the region, and many countries are affected. And disasters are not any particular type. There are different kind of disasters that have affected the region. Starting with, let's say, I'm looking at last 30 years data here. And you can see that in 1990, Philippines was affected by earthquake, 93, India, Japan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Indonesia, China, and New Zealand was one of the recent examples which were affected by earthquake. And you can see the toll it had on the lives, both in terms of deaths and those who were displaced or affected by earthquake. Then there were other kind of disaster, like in 1991, Philippines saw a cyclone which affected more than 6,000 people. They perished in that disaster. Bangladesh had cyclone. India had cyclone in 1998. Odisha in India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Philippines, and Tonga in the Pacific. Then there are floods, which also have significant impact on human lives. China had a major flood in 1996. India had flood in 2013, and India faces the challenges with regard to flood almost every year during the monsoon. Australia has the disasters related to bushfire. Then there are disasters which occurred together. Like, for example, in PNG, there was earthquake and tsunami. Japan witnessed earthquake and tsunami, one of the most disaster-prone areas in the world. Indonesia in 2018. So what this particular picture shows here is that the disasters, the nature of disaster are different. The regions which are affected are quite vast, and the impact is quite significant. So this is a important picture that illustrates the impact or the effect of disaster. UNDRR, they put together a report which tells us about the damaged or destroyed buildings and disrupted or destroyed livelihood in different regions due to disaster. You can see here that in the Asia and Pacific, in 2018, there were 5.3 million properties that were damaged. The lives and livelihood that were destroyed in 2018 was for 18 million people, which is a big number. Going forward, the challenge of climate change is becoming important. And climate change is causing sea level rise, or is predicted to cause sea level rise, and also changes in the pattern of precipitation. So what this chart shows us is that there are three scenarios here: the central, the optimistic, and the pessimistic scenario. But what you can see is that these scenarios are related to the temperature rise due to climate change. And what it says here is that pretty much most of the regions in the world, which is coastal, would face inundation of some sort. The one which are shown in red, they indicate that even with a rise in temperature of about 2 degrees in the next 70, 80 years would cause inundation of those areas. The ones in blue, the temperature would rise to maybe more than 5 or 6 degrees in order to cause inundation. What it shows is that in Asia, a large part of East Asia, significant part of South Asia, and Australasia would be would faces the challenge of inundation. Now, the disaster and the disaster management cycle. So the framework which is used in order to understand the disaster management cycle comprise of 4 stages here. Now, one is before the event, and the second is after the event. Before the event is very much like putting together the mitigation strategy or preparing oneself should a disaster would occur. So here, countries invest in the infrastructure, countries invest in early warning systems, countries invest in different kind of efforts that prepares them against any kind of disaster that may occur. Then the second phase, or the left side of this particular picture here, or the third and fourth quadrant here, is about after the event. So after the event, there are 2 things become important. How do you respond to a disaster? And the second thing is that after you've responded to the disaster in the initial phase, then there is a recovery phase, which is much longer and it takes a lot of effort and resources. The question that arises here is that when we look at the response phase or the recovery phase, what is to be responded to and what is to be recovered? So what is to be responded to in the initial phase is important, because here people are affected, who are affected by the disaster. They who have lost their livelihood and place to live, they would need assistance fairly quickly and fairly soon. Recovery takes a long time because the human lives are built over a long time. And here the importance is, what are we trying to recover? What are we trying to rebuild here? And that question of what then leads to how we should rebuild and what should be the approach that we should take here. There have been a number of frameworks that guide us in some way. Japan has been at the forefront of the development of these frameworks, or these strategies as we call them. Now, one of the early ones was the 1994, the Yokohama strategy, which focused on natural disaster prevention, preparedness, and mitigation. So here the question of how do we prevent disaster? How do we prepare ourselves should the disaster occur? And how do we mitigate the incidences was the issue that was debated and discussed and put forward before the countries to take on board. In 2004-5, the review of Yokohama strategy happened, and there was discussion around do we have enough framework to deal with the prevention, preparedness, and mitigation. The Hyogo framework that followed, and it brought the attention to the pre-disaster action programs and also strengthened the capacity to respond to post-disaster period. So here the importance of post-disaster also was underscored. Now, there were 3 proposals that were put forward in the Hyogo framework that caught attention of policymakers in Asian countries. One of them was to establish new national institutions that would deal with the disasters, and they will prepare the disaster management plans. The other important aspect or other important proposal of Hyogo framework was to mainstream disaster reduction policy. So it should be mainstreamed in the various policies and programs of different countries. It should be mainstreamed in the budgetary allocations. It should be mainstreamed in the way the disaster reconstruction happens. Not as a reactive, but more in a planned and phased manner. The third important proposal was to establish a national network of local disaster reduction organization so that the response to disaster before and after is well planned and well thought, not in a reactive manner. Another major development that happened was with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, which proposed concrete steps for developing policies and programs and also for monitoring. And this now became the overarching framework within which the disaster management is being viewed in different countries. So the expected outcome of the Sendai framework is to substantially reduce disaster risk and losses in life, livelihood, and health, and in the economic, physical, social, cultural, and environmental assets of persons, businesses, communities, and countries. So this is an important part. How do we reduce the disaster risk and loss of lives, livelihood, and economic activities of a country? So this is the expected outcome that the Sendai framework proposes. What are the targets that they set for themselves? One is to reduce mortality. How do we reduce the number of deaths that occur due to disaster? What policies and programs would then constitute the reduction in mortality? Reduce people affected. As I said to you, a number of people who are vulnerable, they are the ones who are affected the most. Be it older people, children, migrants, women, disabled. So they are the ones who are affected severely in any disaster. Now the question or the target that the Sendai framework set to the countries is to reduce the people who will be affected by disaster. So again, the question will arise, what kind of policies and program would be put together in order to achieve this target? The third thing is to reduce the direct economic losses, the loss of livelihoods, the loss which arises due to loss of economic activity in the region that is affected by disaster. Reduce damage to critical infrastructure like transportation, power, water and sanitation. These are the ones which get affected by disaster immediately after disaster, and they take huge amount of time to build. So how do we reduce the damage to critical infrastructure? This is the target which is put forward to the countries. The developed disaster risk reduction framework. It's important for countries to have their framework so that the disaster management is more of a core business rather than an afterthought. Early warning system. A lot of lives and livelihoods could be saved through early warning system. So what kind of mechanisms could assist in developing the early warning system? International cooperation, the shared knowledge of different countries is also another important element of the Sendai framework. There are some priorities for action. One is that the country should understand the disaster risk. Now, I would say here, and possibly many of you would agree with that, the risk of climate change is still not well understood by different countries. Though we all know that the climate has changed over a period of time, and it's projected to change in coming future as well. But the risk that it would pose, either through sea level rise or flooding or inundation that it will cause, is not fully understood. So it's important within the Sendai framework for countries to understand the disaster risk. Second priority for action is to strengthen the disaster risk governance. The third important priority for action is to invest in disaster risk reduction through the mitigation strategies, through investing in infrastructure that can prevent the disaster risk. These could also be natural solution, like, for example, growing mangroves in order to prevent the negative impact of sea level rise. The fourth priority for action that the Sendai framework suggests is to enhance disaster preparedness for better response and build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction phase. Now, this particular picture here, this particular chart here shows how the disaster management is approached in different countries in South Asia. There are a few things which come out very clearly, that there is no one strategy or no one approach that countries have taken. In terms of institutions, there are differences across different countries. Institutional structure requires organization, institutional structure requires plans, and different countries have very different structure towards that. The next important difference that arises is what are the different infrastructure elements that are being proposed or that are being designed in order to mitigate disaster risk. Now, again, you can see here that there are different kind of technical solutions that different countries are approaching. In case of India, the flood control infrastructure has become quite an important one, and the countries are, and India is looking at as one of the major investment. In case of Nepal, the mapping and early warning system have become important. In case of Bhutan, the drainage infrastructure and slope stabilization becomes important, given that the country is hilly and the risk of flooding is quite significant there. So it's important to appreciate and understand that the mitigation strategy would be contextual and they would differ from one country to another. So each country would have to have their own plans. In terms of post-disaster, there are big gaps. You can see that there are different approaches that countries have taken, but largely the post-disaster reconstruction focuses on shelters and damaged infrastructure reconstruction. Now, what would ask, is that the only loss that people face? And to what use or to what contribution do these shelter make to a life of an individual? And how is that restored? How is that life restored? Different countries have put together different mechanisms to finance disaster mitigation and adaptation. These range from public and private sources in the sense that budgetary allocation or special funds to the private sources such as insurance, which in case of Asia, the penetration of insurance is quite low compared to the rest of the world, which makes it a little difficult to use insurance as an instrument. And then finally, there are other issues related to what is restored and what capacity, both technical and resource, that different countries have in order to manage disaster. Again, the experience differs. There are some issues that emerge from global disaster risk reduction progress monitoring. This monitoring is done post Sendai framework. Countries are required to report how they are doing on the Sendai framework. And then UNDRR compiles that. They publish report on the progress of different countries. So there are some issues which become important here. Now, the first issue that comes up is that most disaster, post-disaster reconstruction focuses on the financial compensation. So since the focus is on financial compensation, the losses that different stakeholders, different individuals face is not recorded to the extent it should be. So there, in most countries, the disaggregated human loss indicators are missing. Now, the consequence of that is it makes it difficult to plan. There is no disaggregated data on human loss by sex, by age, or other criteria such as disability or migrants versus non-migrant. Those kind of disaggregated data is not available. So it becomes difficult to strategize for an individual or for a particular segment of society as a focus. The exposure to a disaster and its consequences for human is long lasting. That is one of the issues that comes out very clearly from the GDR progress monitoring report. Now, what that means is that what should be the duration of post-disaster reconstruction? If it's long, how is it going to be financed? Who will be involved? So these are some of the questions which become important. Exposure to disaster and vulnerability is higher for low-income households and those living in low and medium-income countries. The problem here is that while the vulnerability is higher, these countries may not have the capacity to address those reconstruction-related issues that arise because they lack finances, they lack technical capacity, they also lack resources. The report also found that the illegal immigrants are left out. Most of disaster reconstruction that focuses on those who have formal titles, formal land titles. It focuses on those who can prove their residency. The ones who are illegal immigrants are generally left out, which is a problem from the humanity point of view, because each human being is equally important, irrespective of their tag, whether they're legal or illegal. And the challenge here is that if that tag becomes important in any kind of disaster reconstruction work, that will leave some people out of that net. Informal settlements are inadequately reported. Most countries don't have adequate data on population that lives in the informal settlements and the kind of infrastructure losses that they face. So which makes it difficult for any post-disaster reconstruction work because they are inadequately reported. Losses in productivity and well-being are not covered. One important point that I want to make here is about the financing instrument. Now, in case of disaster, different sources of finances have to be pulled together. However, the disasters have very different timeline in the sense that there is an initial phase, which is a relief phase, and then there is a reconstruction phase, which is a much longer. So the finances that can be used or that are used during relief phase are very different than the sources of finances that are used during the reconstruction phase. So in this lovely chart that Guest Square and Mahul prepared, on the vertical axis, they have the severity of disaster. On the horizontal axis, they have the frequency of disaster. Now, the disasters which are catastrophic in the sense that which have high severity, they are less frequent. While there are lots of those disasters which are high frequency, but their severity is lower. Like, for example, every monsoon, some part of India face flooding. So this is a frequently occurring disaster. And given the climate change, it will be extenuated further. So those are low severity, but high frequency event. Now, the risk associated with these different types of disasters are different, and hence the financing instrument that would be required to finance so the post-disaster reconstruction would also differ. What these authors propose is that the disaster which are low severity and high frequency, that can be financed largely by the resources that a country has, their own reserves or budgetary allocation. They can layer it with the credit, which is for the specific purpose, as the severity of disaster increases, because it would require much larger fund to mitigate, to address the reconstruction phase. As the severity increases, so does the cost. The reserves would not be sufficient. The credit would not be able to supplement the whole cost. Private market or insurance would have to play a role, and the insurance could take a part of that. Then what they say is that as the severity increases, the cost of reconstruction would also rise. Here, the role of much broader market finance and also of international donor assistance would be necessary. So as you would see in the disaster, which are quite major, like, for example, Asian tsunami, which happened in 2004, or Philippines Haiyan typhoon, there was a significant role that the international community played because the resources that were available within a country that were not sufficient to meet the cost of post-disaster reconstruction. It is important for us to understand the limits that each of these different sources of finance has. Here, this chart is to very quickly show you the limits that the markets have. In case of Asia, the non-life insurance penetration is very low. So Asia non-life insurance penetration is roughly about 1.5% of GDP. So developing this market would take quite a lot of time. And this as a source, though important, its efficacy and efficiency in post-disaster reconstruction in Asia becomes questionable. Based on the experiences, different institutions have put together framework or guidelines. So World Bank has put together some guiding principles for reconstruction. Now, these are important. What they are saying here is that the reconstruction begins the day of disaster. It's not that there is a phasing where relief has to finish first and then the reconstruction begins. People lose their lives and livelihood on the day one. And it takes a while before they can resume their work. And hence, it is important that the reconstruction also begins the day the disaster happens. A good reconstruction policy helps reactivate community and empowers people to rebuild their housing, lives, livelihoods in a better and safer way. Community plays a very important role. The social network plays a very important role in the reconstruction process. The social network is lost due to disaster. However, that also helps in rebuilding lives and livelihoods for people. Reconstruction has to be sustainable to contribute to a long-term development. The community members should be partner in policy making and leaders of local implementation. As we would see in some of our case studies, this point has been highlighted. However, many of the post-disaster reconstruction community viewpoint is usually ignored. The technical assistance that is provided, the reconstruction work that happens, usually doesn't take account of community views or the shared view in reconstruction, which causes problem in acceptability of any other solutions that are being designed or planned. Civil society and the private sector plays a vital role. They should play a vital role. Reconstruction policy and plans should be financially realistic but ambitious with respect to disaster risk reduction. Institutions matter, and the coordination among them improves outcome. Institutions are formal and informal rules. Institutions are policy and programs. And institutions are also the mechanism through which these rules, regulations are enforced. They are important. They are important in the reconstruction process. Coordination is one of the key issues, and many of the cases that we see is there are issues of coordination failure among agencies that are involved there, which then results in suboptimal outcome. Reconstruction is an opportunity to plan for the future and carry lessons learned from the past. Relocation disrupts lives and should be minimized. Now, this is in the context of post-disaster reconstruction. The question of in situ versus relocation becomes an important one. Assessment and monitoring can improve reconstruction outcomes. Every reconstruction project is unique. Now, this is an important one. So you cannot have one suit fit all solution. It has to respond to the context. It has to respond to the effect that the disaster has had. So these are some of the principles which seem quite easy to understand. They are very clearly articulated. However, in principle, when you try and implement these, they become quite challenging. There is an interesting paper which Safapur and his colleague, they put together where they were looking at what are the barriers to reconstruction. Now they put this in 5 buckets. One related to the management and coordination, resources, social and cultural, physical and territorial, and legal. What becomes most important, many of the respondents who they were interviewing, they said that the management and coordination is one issue which comes out very high as barrier for reconstruction. Management and coordination between government agencies, management and coordination between non-governmental organization, management and coordination between government and NGOs and community organization, management and coordination issues between multilateral institutions or international donors, private, public, governments, NGOs, CBOs, and so on. So there are lots of agencies who are involved here. And this becomes one of the major challenge that the reconstruction workforce face. Resources are important, not only the resources, but timely flow of resources is also important. Both technical, material, as well as human resources. Social and cultural context is important. When a large disaster occurs, many of the international agencies and aid workers are involved there who are new to the context, and sometimes it becomes challenging for them to understand the social and cultural issues. The physical and territorial issues, Philippines, the Haiyan typhoon, the context was very difficult. The road infrastructure was destroyed. And what it meant was that at many times, the material was to be transported through sea. The physical and territorial challenges are also quite significant. And the legal issues, the whole question about land titling comes up repeatedly again and again in the reconstruction work. I'll very briefly talk about some of the lessons from the research that has been conducted around post-disaster reconstruction and what kind of key messages that emerge from there. The first is about vulnerability. Now we have to understand this. As I said earlier in the initial part of my talk in this session, is that disaster affects different people differently. Women are much more severely affected than men. Disasters put women on the verge of losing livelihood and asset. Because in general, what we see here, that the land and property rights of women are not acknowledged uniformly. And what happens then is that their claims during the post-disaster reconstruction become very weak. The loss of job and livelihood opportunity leads to migration. There are lots of people who are displaced. One of my earlier slides showed that due to disaster, a number of people get displaced. So there is a problem with the migration or the migrant worker because they don't have access to the social security schemes. It's very difficult for migrant worker to earn a living and contribute to the resources of the family back home who depend on their remittances. The second lesson, what we have in the post-disaster reconstruction is on the community participation. First of all, let me say this to you, is that the notion of community detached from a particular locale is not the same as the community in the first place. So when a community is dislocated, it disrupts the notion of community itself. However, during the reconstruction, to the extent possible, the effort should be to establish relationship between people and between people and the land. In the post-war setting, like for example, a number of disasters have happened where the conflict is also an important issue. In case of Banda Aceh in Indonesia, the conflict, the political conflict, was an important issue. In case of Sri Lanka, when the Asian tsunami happened, the local conflict was a persisting issue, which also affected the reconstruction work. So the issue here, what the lesson suggests here is that in the post-war setting, affected communities are often conceived as being disabled. They are not considered as someone who would be able to contribute in terms of knowledge or ideas during the recovery process, and are hardly ever consulted during the reconstruction. So what it does then, it builds up tension between the people who are affected, whose lives are being rebuilt, and those who rebuild that life. It's also important that the responses to disaster or conflict should not be seen as purely technical or political, nor should their field of action be viewed as clean slate, that here there's no context exists, and hence we have to start from the beginning. It should be important to take the full cognizance of the social relations, the political context that were there before, during and after the emergency. Participatory processes are important. Involving people is important. Wherever people have been involved in design and reconstruction, the satisfaction and success rate have been higher. The community participation is also able to rebuild other aspects of infrastructure and economy, not just the immediate needs of the people, but the broader economic infrastructure as well. Usually it is stated that people, the lay people, may not have the knowledge. So involving them doesn't necessarily do any good. But however, it must be understood that even though they may not have the technical expertise, but their involvement would assist in the recovery time management, because the buy-in of some of those initiatives will be much larger. People are involved. There are also lessons related to private finance. The low local government revenue and insufficient insurance are huge barriers. So the immediate relief after a disaster is very local. And as some of the cases that we will discuss later illustrate, that the initial responses were largely private, individual. People themselves were trying to build their lives out of their own saving and resources. The local government revenues or local government contribution before the national or international funding comes in plays an important role, but many of these governments have very strained budgetary position. The insufficient insurance, as I said earlier, in Asia, the penetration of insurance is very low. So that makes it again challenging. In some countries, like in Australia, the insurers have also played an important role in promoting the mitigation measures. So here insurance require that the insuree should have sufficient mitigation measures related to floods and so on when they are buying a house insurance, for example. In case of housing and livelihood, generally people are satisfied with the housing that is provided. And if the housing that is provided in situ, the satisfaction is much larger. Relocation poses challenges, and people are usually not happy because it not only disrupts their social ties, but it also affects their livelihood. So it is important lesson there that as far as possible, the reconstruction should be in situ. The other important aspect is that it is important that the recovery funds that are designed to restore livelihood are distributed effectively. Many times we have seen that the challenges arise because there are inequities in the distribution of funds. Reconstruction settlement should be linked to formerly existing livelihood and promote gender equity through improving their situation. In post-disaster circumstances, people need job for rebuilding their lives. So after disaster, the jobs are usually lost. And it's important that in order to survive, people need income. They need quick reestablishing of their jobs. So the unemployment could put a major obstacle to the path of future recovery. And this is an important area that must be addressed immediately. High rate of unemployment also results in other social ills, like, for example, increase in crime, trafficking, and so on. So it's important that the question of livelihood becomes the paramount in the reconstruction. One of the lessons that were highlighted after the Tohoku 2011 disaster, which was a major disaster, and for the tsunami-affected fishing village, who had shifted on a higher grounds in order to take safer space for themselves, that what would happen to those areas, those locations that were vacated. It was important. It happens that after the disaster, some people who relocate themselves may never return back to their original location. So how the land that has been vacated could be utilized? What if functions for those vacated low-lying land could be designed becomes a question during the reconstruction process. The 2011 disaster in Japan also provided an important lesson about planning. So during the reconstruction process, the planning of the area that was affected was facing the challenge because many of the people who had left the village, they were not going to return back. So in that case, the planning similar to the situation before the disaster would not be a great solution. Now this must be acknowledged, and it is important to develop an alternative revival plan with inputs from the community and prepare for some strategies that would be more suitable rather than trying to replicate what was originally there. There are some lessons from the social and cultural aspects also. Now, it's important to understand that the people who have better education, who are educated, they are more likely to survive extreme events and cope better during the recovery period. Having a large number of disabled and elderly individuals is a social barrier. So it's important that the recovery teams or the support team take into consideration of these individuals in terms of their accommodation, in terms of the facility for their relocation and services, During immediately after the relief time, the women and children are the most vulnerable, particularly in temporary shelters. So how their safety and security are ensured becomes an important concern. It's important that the debris that the disaster leave behind is cleared as soon as possible, because these have significant psychological negative impact otherwise. Community play a very important role. The women have significant share to contribute in the reconstruction. Their demands and the way of living plays a very important role. So it's necessary that their views are taken into consideration during the reconstruction. Now, one other lesson that comes out from different cases is that the majority of disaster affected communities were not satisfied with the resettlement because of various cultural issues, be it ethnic, religious, social environment, and so on. So participation of indigenous communities is important. And one from the knowledge point of view, and the second is also from the effect that it has on them, which is very different. In case of Indonesia, one of the community which used the indigenous knowledge to communicate about disaster, they had less losses in terms of deaths and displacement compared to the others. Institutions play a very important role. There are some great lessons, particularly from countries like Australia and New Zealand, after a number of disasters which Australia has faced over time, which provide great examples of what kind of institutions should be developed in order to look at the disaster management as a whole. The Building Act is another important area, so which then suggests that what should be the disaster resilience strategies should be looked at in the design and construction of building. So what happens is that when there is a disaster, the buildings have to be constructed fairly quickly. And at times, what happens is that if we stick to the building regulations or building guidelines or bylaws, it takes time. And by that time, the communities become tired and frustrated, and the dissatisfaction builds in. So it's important that the building codes, the norms, they take into account that the recovery has to be fairly quick, and how that can be made quick without being obstructive. So these are some of the lessons which we have learned. And I guess as we go along in this workshop and look into the cases, we will try and see some of the key issues that have emerged in those. So I'll stop here, and if there are questions at this stage, would be more than happy to take on board. If there are any observation, please do share. Because this session, we broadly looked at the context of post-disaster reconstruction and also looked at what literature is suggesting to us.
Thank you very much, Professor Piyush. If anyone have any questions, we still have, Sakshi, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Piyush. And so I was really, for me, this was first time I'm listening to so constructively on what post-disaster construction means. And so I have a question, like in Bihar state of India, you see like North Bihar and South Bihar. North Bihar is flood prone every season. Every season comes and there is a flood. And when the flood goes, the monsoon season goes away and people, they just come back. So I always like feel that there should be something done, but nobody knows how. Like government is just used to of like, this is seasonal, every year it will come and it will go. And so as you like, there are so many norms like building norms, and this should be done. But in a place like Bihar in India, it's very difficult to like follow all the norms and regulations and everything. So in such cases, what should be the approach? And I think it's the same situation in many of the developing countries as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. I think that's a very important question for us to ponder upon today. The issue that probably this brings to is that what is lost in the whole process? So the shelter, the infrastructure, they are all material things. They are all resources. They all contribute to something. So what is lost? So whenever there is a flood, people are displaced. It affects their lives. It affects everything. It affects children's education, their health, and so on and so forth, right? So when we are looking at disaster reconstruction, what could then contribute to ensuring that some of these well-being things are reconstructed in fairly quick manner? Buildings, building bylaws, they are all important. But what is also important is that, like, if people are displaced, how can we ensure that this shelter security is there? How can we ensure that their children have the education, access to education, or they will have access to the livelihood? It's not that for the immediate period after the monsoons, that they would have no income to live on and they would be living on some kind of support. So how can we rebuild some of these things quickly? There's no straight answer to that. I have not given you any straight answer to that. But these are some of the issues that we need to think upon. And that's what we intend to do in our workshops today. If there are any, I would also like to say that, look, Sakshi has raised an important point. If anyone from the participants or Dr. Shukla or anyone else would want to contribute to this discussion, please do that, because we are trying to co-create knowledge here.
I think as you were mentioning in your presentation, Piyush, that there are disasters which are high frequency but low impact. There could be more emphasis on social insurance systems in place to help people come back to normal. And this is also a category of disaster where mitigation will play some important role, because as a society, we are acknowledging more and more with each experience of disaster that these are social constructs as opposed to natural constructs, because what nature does is in place, but what impact it has on human settlements is more of a social construct. And more so within that society, who is the most vulnerable and how can we protect them the more in the most appropriate manner is a social construct. So having social insurance for the most vulnerable probably could be a strategy to bring them back to life sooner than later. And how can we mitigate is something that, as Piyush said, is definitely beyond the scope of this workshop, but definitely an important question when it comes to high frequency, low impact disasters. Thank you.
That's a really great one. Thank you very much, Jyoti and Professor Piyush, and also Sakshi. So now we're going to go into 10 minutes break. Now it's 11:22 Tokyo time, so we'll be back in like 10 minutes time. So please feel free to grab your drink, and then we will be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see you soon.
Good afternoon, Professor Piyush and Jyoti. We can probably start the second session.
Good afternoon, Vicky. Yes, we can start the second session.
Yeah, please feel free to start, Professor Piyush, and you
Right,
can
thank you.
share the screen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and warm welcome to the session 2. So the plan for session 2 is to look at the post-disaster reconstruction practices from select case studies. So we have taken a few of the case studies in order to understand what are the key stages of the reconstruction, what are the institutions involved, and what are the key challenges that emerge out of that. Now here, I would request the participants to also put on their hats as, let's say, post-disaster reconstruction worker or planner, and maybe put forward some of your ideas that you think would be important when we are looking at. Now, another thing, what I would like to say is that in order to start with understanding the scale and magnitude of the disaster, we'll look at some of the videos. Now, these videos have graphic details of disasters that had occurred in the cases and could be disturbing for some. If you think that these are disturbing for you, then please stay away for maybe 5 or 10 minutes when the video is being shown and join later. I know that there are people who are from Indonesia and Philippines who have joined us today. And since the case studies are based on these countries, so if you feel disturbed, please do let me know in the chat box. And maybe I would try and suggest to you that possibly you can avoid watching the video for a while, and then you can come back. So let me start with the first 2 case studies. These relate to Asian tsunami, and we would be examining the disaster that occurred at that time, the impact that it had in 2 countries in particular, in Indonesia and the Sri Lanka. I will show the YouTube just to show you what kind of what was the disaster and what impact it had before getting to the post-disaster reconstruction that followed this disaster. Please let me know if you are able to hear the sound. It will take a couple of minutes. Okay.
No, sorry, we cannot hear it, Professor Piyush. No, still not. Do you want me to share it? You can share the link.
Let me try to share this. Let me try to share this.
Yeah, when you share the screen, just make sure to
Yeah.
tick the box of shares sound.
Right, okay.
On the left corner.
Are you able to hear now?
It's a bit breaking up, but we can see the picture, but not the audio.
So Dwiki, would it be possible to share this YouTube from your end?
Sure. Would you mind to share the link with me? You can share it on the chat
Yeah.
box.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, 1 second.
Dwiki, if you can share that and avoid the first minute.
Okay, sounds good. I will play from the second minute.
Yeah.
Let me share it 1 second. Are you able to hear it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It spread in the deep ocean as an inconspicuous wave crest with a height of a few meters at a speed of around 800 kilometers per hour. Approximately 40 kilometers offshore, the coastal shelf began to rise and the wave began to rub more strongly against the ever-rising bottom. This caused its considerable slowdown, but also its height gain. Gradually, a wall of water approximately 30 meters high and 200 kilometers wide was formed as it continued to approach the shore. The wave reached the shores of Aceh approximately 20 minutes after the tremor. The most devastating impact was on the town of Mulabo, a town of 50,000, which stood directly across the epicenter, unprotected by any natural barrier, such as an island or coral reef. According to surviving witnesses, a few minutes after the tremor, the sea receded ominously by 500 meters, exposing the seabed. People had no idea that this was a warning sign of approaching wave. In a few minutes, the seabed was again flooded with rapidly advancing 1 meter high foamy water. Moments later, a wall of water, approximately 25 meters high, appeared on the horizon. Witnesses said that it made sounds like an approaching heavy storm. Although people made a frantic escape, within minutes, the wave swept into the city, destroying 80% of the buildings in an instant, killing about 10,000 people, and reaching a distance of 5 kilometers from the coast. The wave continued to devastate entire areas to the north. Towns, villages, forests, and fields disappeared in a blink of an eye. Longa is a small coastal community about 13 kilometers southwest of Banda Aceh, located on a flat coastal plain between two rainforest-covered hills overlooking a large bay and known for its large, white, sandy beach and surf. Witnesses described the arrival of the wave as follows. As the earth shook, the sea immediately receded temporarily, revealing massive coral reefs. Approximately 20 minutes later, huge black waves, about 35 meters high, appeared on the distant horizon. The first wave came very quickly, a frothing mass of water, about 2.5 meters high. The second and third waves were between 20 and 35 meters high, and by the time they reached the shore, they looked like gigantic waves suitable for surfing, but, to quote, taller than coconut palms the size of a small mountain. The tsunami washed ashore large ships and destroyed a cement mining facility near the Lampuk coast, where the tsunami reached the 4th floor of a building. All infrastructure in the area was destroyed, and approximately 6,000 people died. The wave then reached the very northern tip of Aceh, where the provincial capital, Banda Aceh, with a population of 250,000, is located. Here, an interesting phenomenon, which we'll encounter in later episode as well, occurred, and that is diffraction. Even though these islands were in the path of the tsunami and absorbed much of its energy from the west, the wave, thanks to diffraction, encircled the islands, intensified its effect, and hit the city from this northwesterly direction. The inhabitants were caught completely unprepared, most of them trying to get their loved ones out of the aftershocks, unaware of the destruction that was coming.
For the advertising.
Local eyewitnesses described the arrival of 3 large waves, with the first wave slightly inundating the sea and rising to the foundations of coastal buildings, followed a few minutes later by a sudden and massive retreat of the sea at the port of Ulilue. A few minutes later, 2 large, black-colored, steep waves appeared. Eyewitnesses described the tsunami as a black giant, a mountain, and a wall of water. The height of the waves when they reach the shore is estimated at 20 meters, and it's therefore clear that the coastal districts were swept away with enormous force. Video footage taken by an eyewitness shows torrents of black water rushing through the windows of a 2-story residential neighborhood located a whopping 3.2 kilometers inland. Amateur footage shot in the middle of the city additionally captured water gushing through the city streets. The depth of the water current in the city was at the 2nd floor level. Witness footage also showed the Aceh River flowing back in a strong current, carrying large amounts of debris and people from destroyed villages on the coast. This debris was found up to 40 kilometers inland. Especially in the northwestern parts of the city, the level of destruction was extreme, as these photos show. The tsunami claimed approximately 60,000 lives in the city. In total, the tsunami in Indonesia claimed 168,000 lives and caused enormous damage to property and the economy of the entire region. Most of the damage has now been repaired, and the city of Banda Aceh has undergone significant modernization. Unfortunately, however, it is ill-prepared for the next tsunami. Warning systems have been installed, but passive protection in the form of massive breakwaters, such as those in Japan, for example, is still lacking. The horrors of the 2004 tsunami are commemorated by several memorials that remind of this worst disaster in Indonesian history.
Thank you very much,
The
Dwicky.
wave
Can we stop
continued
the video?
eastwards into
Right, so I'm going to share my slides. So tsunami 2004 that occurred in Asia, it was a major disaster, as you can see from that 9-minute video that we just saw. If one tries to look at the impact of that disaster, it was tremendous. The cities were destroyed, the lives and livelihoods were destroyed, and it did not only impact Indonesia. Indonesia was the largest impacted country, but it also impacted many other countries in the region, like Sri Lanka, India, Thailand, and so on. The total loss of life was 227,000. And in addition to the loss of life, almost 2 million people were displaced because of disaster. Now, this scale of impact is significant and substantial. And also, when one is looking at it, happened over a very short period of time. So the kind of losses that one would like to assess becomes very difficult in these situations. And many of the disaster organizations and disaster aid workers, they face this challenge. One is to kind of restore or start the relief work as early as possible, given the number of people who have been affected here, and also to reasonably accurately assess the losses that people might have faced. So let's start with our first case, which is Indonesia. Now, let's start with what was the economy at that time. Now, as you saw that everything was destroyed, the economy was impacted severely. But there were other issues that the region was also facing, which could have an impact on post-disaster reconstruction process. So the main economic activity in the region, Banda Aceh, was agriculture, oil and gas industry. Now, agriculture, a large part of the population depended on agriculture. And one of the impact that the disaster had, that many of the agricultural activity just could not happen. After the sea level, the water percolated inlands, the land became difficult to be cultivated because there was salinity and all those other issues that emerged with that. Oil and gas industry was largely unaffected. But however, the contribution of oil and gas industry, while important, from the people's point of view, it was not as much as the agriculture or fishing. There was another issue that the region was facing. That was a socio-political conflict between Free Aceh movement and the Indonesian government. So the Free Aceh movement was armed rebellion movement, which wanted Aceh to be free from the country. And that also had its history in making. But from the post-disaster reconstruction point of view, the trust between the local people there and the government was already quite weak, which then, as you would understand, would have an impact on the post-disaster reconstruction process and work. In terms of the impact, in case of two major regions, Aceh and Nias, the total number of houses that were destroyed or damaged in Aceh were 390,000, in Nias 538. So it's quite a significant scale that we were looking at. In Aceh, 10% of the population was affected. In Nias, almost 76% of population was affected. The loss of primary source of income for significant population in both these areas. Number of houses were destroyed, and there were a number of household members who lost their lives. Mental illness was a significant challenge, though in this case, the numbers that we have here or have been compiled, it shows quite small, 2 or 3%, but I'm sure that these are underreported. So who bore the burden? Again, coming to the question that the burden is not borne by all the people in equal way. So in case of the Asian tsunami in Indonesia, the disproportionate burden of loss was private. As the people who lost lives, people who lost houses and other assets that they had, economic assets as well. Among the economy, the economic sectors like agriculture and fisheries, they suffered major losses. So where the dependency on agriculture and fisheries was large, they had a significant impact on people who were dependent on that. As you would understand, that agriculture and fisheries are much more disaggregated and individual level activities rather than a firm or a company-based activities. So the impact of the disaster was far more disaggregated. 30% of people who lived below the poverty line in 2004, it was estimated that the numbers increased to almost 50% by 2005. There was significant loss of income. The loss of boundaries, because part of the land went under sea, it caused significant land right issues. The burden of which was again largely borne by the vulnerable communities. So if we look at the relief, reconstruction, and redevelopment stages of the post-disaster reconstruction, there are some activities which were required to be conducted immediately, some in medium terms and some in long term. The medium term and long term is essentially the reconstruction and the redevelopment stages. So in the immediate, it was important that the people who have been affected, the food supply, the clean water, the basic health services, and temporary shelter are provided on priority basis. The question of funding came in. Now, the scale of disaster was such that the whole world was ready to help. So this was one of the major aid effort that happened after the disaster. But then, since it was disaggregated or distributed across many different agencies and organizations, that posed its own problems. So the flow of funding initially in the immediate aftermath of after the disaster, the first source of funding was people's own saving, their own funding. They were trying to recoup their lives through their own saving. Again, you would understand that those who had less resources would suffer in this situation. Then the next, the central government was fairly quick to respond and allocate budgets for relief work. Domestic and international organizations also stepped in. Overall, in the immediate relief, there were 250 domestic and international agencies were involved. Now, the question that this will raise is how the activities of so many agencies who suddenly landed up in ASEAN region was coordinated. It was challenging and quite problematic to coordinate so many individuals, so many aid workers, and so many agencies. However, despite all that, the relief work progressed to reasonable satisfaction, and some of the agencies, they claimed success, though that's a questionable thing, but it did reach a stage that initial relief was fairly responded to in a very quick manner, and also it could affect a significant number of people in positive way. Then came the second stage, which was the next 1 to 2 years, which is the reconstruction stage. Now, a number of activities were to be conducted there. The economy was affected, the shelters were destroyed, and so on and so forth. So the sectoral approach, the sectors that were looked at were agriculture, fisheries, enterprises, health, education, water supply, infrastructure. Everything had to be built. The question that it poses to us, that what should be the way in which these activities should have been built. The approach was very sectoral in the sense that there were agencies and organizations who were involved in rebuilding the agriculture or fishery or so on and so forth. In terms of flow of funding, again, the funding came from a number of sources, from international, the grant, many, the debt moratorium for Indonesia on loan repayment. There was a debate there whether the loan should be waived off or should there be a moratorium. So the international agencies, they took the stand that moratorium would be better in order to avoid any kind of moral hazard problem in the future. There were country donors. Many countries were contributing funding for the reconstruction. There were lots of organization and private donations as well. So there were 78 countries which were involved, 30 organizations and many donors. Again, if you think about it, in a situation where the mechanisms are not there to coordinate the activities in a cohesive and coordinated way, with so many countries, so many personnels involved, it could cause problems. In the long term, more than 2 years, the new projects were initiated, the new components to the existing projects were added. The assistance for government programs was also provided. A multi-donor fund was set up to coordinate activities of international donors and grant agencies. So the institutional approach, how did Indonesia approach? What kind of institutions were involved? The planning agency, Bappenas, they were tasked to prepare a master plan for reconstruction. However, the problem with the master plan initially was that they did not, it was a central agency, Bappenas is a central agency. They did not consult the local government and the NGOs, non-governmental organizations who were involved. They were also not consulted. So they were not fully brought in the discussion in the preparation of master plan, and hence they were unsatisfied. So local government felt that they were being ignored, their voices were being ignored. That became a problem in the initial master plan development. The second was restoring livelihood and strengthening communities. For this, an agency called Badan Reconstructi dan Rehabilitasi, ASE NIAS, was formed, whose task was to restore livelihood and strengthen community. The third important work was the peace agreement between Free ASE movement and the Indonesian government. Now, this was important for the reconstruction work to progress, because the trust in the past has been weak between these two. It could have had significant negative impact on any progress with regard to reconstruction. And hence, in a region which was already conflict zone, the peace agreement was necessary. Now, this is an interesting slide which tells us the complexity and the multiplicity of the organizations who were involved in funding the reconstruction. So there are donors, there are intermediate agencies through which the funding was channeled, and then there were recipient or implementers, the agencies who were implementing the projects. So you could see here that there was funding from Government of Indonesia, foreign governments, multilateral organizations, NGOs, companies and communities. while the scale was large, but it was a complex web through which money flew. Now, the interesting challenge that this posed is that it became very difficult to assess the scale of funding that was offered, number one, and also the accountability was a question, and how the funding was coordinated to different projects that were undertaken for reconstruction. So the sequencing of emergency and recovery, it took many years, as one would understand. So in the initial phase, immediately after the disaster, the first stage was the emergency response, the relief work. So you could see here that the level of activity that involved in first 1.5 years was emergency or relief. Once that was addressed, that required temporary shelters to be constructed, the water supply to be restored, the health and sanitation addressed, and so on. The reconstruction work started, and one of the priority there was the housing. Then once housing progressed, the physical and social infrastructure was built, the roads, the power lines, the telecommunication, and so on. Livelihood and business took the very long time to rebuild, and the process is still continuing. One of the issue that arises here and that concerns me is, if you look at many of these activities seem disconnected or disjointed here. Like the housing was separated from livelihood, which was separated from physical and social infrastructure in their reconstruction. So the agencies involved were different, the funding was different, so the plans were different. They were all separately designed, which was causing significant issues there. There were multiplicity of agencies who were involved. For establishing land rights, given that, as I said to you earlier, a part of the coast was inundated, because of which people who owned land along the coast, they were left with very weak or poor land rights. So establishing land rights was an important issue during the reconstruction. And this was done by Land Administration Agency, BPN. Housing was provided by numerous agencies, both domestic and international. Many of the aid agencies were involved in housing, either shelter repairs or shelter reconstruction or provision of new housing. Livelihood, again, the livelihood, different agencies had different approach towards livelihood, which again caused problem. Schools, there were other agencies. Then public infrastructure, largely the international agencies like JICA, USAID, together with the government there, Ministry of Public Works, and the funding was provided by ADB, and the planning was done by BRR. So you can see here the multiplicity of agencies that were involved in the whole reconstruction process. The challenge that it poses if there is no framework for the coordination, and each of these agencies will have their own objective, their own goals. Like many of the NGOs, they had their own objectives, their own goals, and their own reporting structure would pose problem. Now, here I will pause for a moment before I go into Sri Lanka and ask you to identify key issues that you see in the way the reconstruction losses were identified, and also in the way the reconstruction happened? You can write your responses in the chat box. Okay, maybe we can park this question for a little later. Yeah, I think there's one comment here. Anna is writing here, for the housing, how was the beneficiaries identified? In the higher reconstruction, beneficiary identification was a huge issue. Yep. Reconstruction is delayed where old laws are used to. Yeah, absolutely. So I think what you can see here, this is a question, which is an important one. How the beneficiaries were identified, how the old laws impact the reconstruction process. So this again, if you remember in the first session, I was mentioning that the building laws, the planning norms, and so on and so forth, they become a hindrance rather than a support, particularly when we are trying to reconstruct in fairly shorter manner. So how do those laws accommodate? So these are important questions. These are very important questions that you have raised here. And this would form the basis when we will try and identify the losses and the mechanism to restore them in our later section. So let me go to the next case, which is Sri Lanka. Again, Sri Lanka was affected, as I said earlier, with 2004 Asian tsunami. But Sri Lanka was facing other problems as well at that time. Since 2001, the crisis happened in 2000, the tsunami happened in 2004, but Sri Lanka already had a weak economy following 2001. Their economic growth had slowed down, inflation was a problem, and they were also facing the balance of payment crisis. There was also the political armed conflict that the country was facing with LTTE. So when the disaster struck, it affected a large proportion of the country. There were numerous deaths. About 30,000 people lost their life. 500,000 people were displaced, and roughly about 100,000 houses were destroyed. And you can see here the southern, western, eastern, and northern province, they were all affected. So one of the issue here was that these regions are very different, politically as well. So when the reconstruction progressed, not all the region had a very similar kind of condition in which reconstruction could happen, which meant that in some regions, some provinces, the reconstruction progressed fairly quickly compared to others. So again, in the same frame, if we try and see what are the kind of activities that are involved in the reconstruction process and how they were funded. So the activities in the immediate, they were largely relief activities. They're related to food, water, funeral expenses, the basic health services, and temporary shelter. Now, generally, this was, as was done in Indonesia, largely done through own funding of people and through Sri Lankan government contribution. The international agencies and other sources of finance started coming in for the medium to long-term rebuilding. So again, like Indonesia, Sri Lanka also took a sectoral approach. They were not looking at the whole reconstruction as in a holistic way. Rather, it was in a sector or fragmented way, which again is an issue, particularly when you are trying to rebuild the whole economy and whole society. The funding came from international sources, the government of Sri Lanka, private donation, and also the microfinance played a very important role in Sri Lanka. There was already a basis for that, and that was leveraged during the post-disaster reconstruction. The challenges also are not very different. There was policy confusion related to the buffer zone. The buffer zone was a no-build zone, was declared around the coastal area so that the future losses could be avoided. But there was a confusion because that was an arbitrary buffer zone. The problem was that the people livelihood dependent on fishing. They needed access and housing around in those. So this became an issue. Then the housing, there were two types of housing that was housing reconstruction that happened. One was owner built, in the sense that the owners were provided with a grant and they built their own houses. Or the second was donor built. Lots of these aid agencies who were on the ground, they built houses. The progress on owner built was far better than the donor built. Donor faced their own challenges. One, in terms of they had their own design, their own preferences for material. There was a lack of consultation with community and so on. The coordination problem among donors was also a major thing, given that different donors have their own priorities, their own objectives, and the coordination issue is a significant one. There were inequities in housing provisions. In some region, the houses that were constructed were far greater than that were damaged. In other regions, there were shortfall. So there were inequities, and this largely was the result or consequence of the political conflict that the country was facing. Sri Lanka has faced a number of disasters, both natural and non-natural man-made, due to political conflict. Generally, people are quite resilient. So the evidence of trauma and stress were low, though this is something to be recognized, that trauma and stress are important losses. In terms of institutional, in the immediate, the country appointed at the national level a Commissioner General of Essential Services to coordinate activities of various ministries, various departments in responding to the disaster. There were 3 task forces that were set up. One was to rescue and relieve. Second was law and order. And third was rebuilding the nation. Again, the problem here is that these are 3 silos that were created. While the activity of reconstruction should involve all 3, they were created as silos. So the coordination and collaboration between these activities and task forces became an issue. So in medium to long term, these 3 task forces were combined together in a new constituted agency called Reconstruction and Development Agencies. So the Reconstruction and Development Agency was responsible for planning and coordinating the reconstruction efforts. In addition, there were a number of donor agencies and international NGOs who were involved there. So when we look at the response, the tsunami response and how it was managed, there are a number of reports. There is huge amount of evaluation work that has happened. And let me say this, that the purpose of this workshop is not to evaluate any effort or anything, but just to learn some of the lessons and that will help us in identifying key issues in post-disaster reconstruction and design it. So the Tsunami Evaluation Coalition report, they raise a very important issue here. What they say that some international agencies, they managed well, but many did not. The local context, institutions, and contributions were frequently neglected. Affected people's will and capacity to move from reliance on handouts to rebuilding their lives were inadequately exploited. People were marginalized, even undermined by an overwhelming flood of international agencies controlling immense resources. Now, while on paper it looks good that so much of aid money came into the rebuilding process, but the problem here is that people had very less agency. Affected people had very less agency in the whole reconstruction process, which significantly affected their esteem as well as marginalized them. In case of Sri Lanka, there is an important study by Institute of Policy Studies, and they write that many NGOs lack experience and local knowledge, because many of the personnel that was deployed were coming from another context, another country, who had very little experience and local knowledge. And in their haste to spend monies, they disregarded local circumstances and community needs. So this, again, is an important issue here, that how the local circumstances and community needs are understood and taken on board in any reconstruction process. Cost blowouts will almost certainly create funding gaps, make reconstruction tasks difficult, and impose further strain on government fiscal expenditure. The budgets were overshot by a big margin. One of the challenge that the disaster reconstruction work faces, that happened in Sri Lanka, that happened in Indonesia, is the inflation that persists after the disaster. This increases the cost of labor, this increases the cost of materials, which then means that the initial estimates of cost become irrelevant. The US Government Accountability Office, in their report, they quoted that although both of its signature projects, one in Indonesia and the other in Sri Lanka, are underway, US aid has increased initial cost estimates, reduced or cancelled some project activities, and may extend completion dates. So what happened was, because of rise in cost, some of the projects had to be cancelled. But think from the people's point of view, who initially were to receive, say, their houses or whatsoever, and some of them were scaled down, or some of the projects were cancelled, that could have significant impact on their well-being. The World Bank tsunami report on Sri Lanka said that at completion, there are still about 15,000 families in need of permanent housing. So the progress was slow, and not everybody could get covered within a reasonable time frame. And this, we are looking at 3 years after the disaster. So even after 3 years, 15,000 families, they did not have permanent housing. They were still living in temporary shelters. And generally, who these are? These are landless families. And due to this increase in housing need, with only about 8 million remaining, additional fund would be required. So the problem is quite significant here. Can I, before we go to the next case, which is Philippines, can I ask you again to write some of the observation based on the Sri Lanka case, as well as the final report outcomes that we saw from different countries? The idea of writing these observation at this stage is that when we start our session, second phase, where we try to identify losses, these questions will become an important guidance for you to ask again, how should the reconstruction happen? If there are any challenges that you think are there that you would want to write in the chat box. Okay, maybe what we should do, let's park it for the moment. And as we go along, if you think that there are some key issues that you want to highlight, please do that. Vicky, can I request you that
Sure.
there is another YouTube link. This is regarding Typhoon Haiyan, just to look at the scale and the damage that it caused. Might be worth looking at this YouTube.
Sure. If you can just share the link again via chat box, and then I can.
Yeah.
You can actually click on that and then.
Yeah, then copy it. Yeah.
And then copy it. Mm. Were you able to send? Ah, yeah, got it.
Want to go live now to CNN's in.
1 second.
Anderson Cooper.
Can you hear this now?
Tacloban, a town left completely flattened by the storm.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sounds good.
Anderson, we hear the mayor is urging people there to get out of town as quickly as possible.
And people are certainly heeding that warning. They've been trying to get out, frankly, for 5, now moving into the 6th day since the storm. I mean, I can tell you about 300 feet, 400 feet from where I'm standing, there is already a line of people, and they have been standing all night, many of them standing all day yesterday, just waiting, residents here, just waiting for Philippine military aircraft to come. They come about once or twice a day and get some people on those C-130 planes, get them to Manila, get them to Cebu, or to basically get them anywhere but here. People just are desperate to get out. There is really, in the direction all behind me, Jake, there is really nothing. I mean, the houses are gone, the shacks are gone, people are still looking for food, still desperate for water. Even the people standing in line here at the airport will come up to you with an empty water bottle and you know, ask you if you have any water. Supplies are running low for everybody. And you talked about the aid coming in. It is coming in the last 24 hours, the last 12 hours in particular. There has been a big uptick on it. Brigadier General Kennedy, the Marine General in charge of this operation here at the airport, promised to get the airport up and running on a 24-hour basis. He has done that. Planes have been coming in during the night. There is aid stacked up. I just walked by, pallets and pallets of it from USAID, tarps, thousands of tarps that could be used for people to shelter under these the brutal heat, under the rain that comes in intermittently. But the problem, as you say, is getting it out from this airfield now to the communities, even to communities, you know, a mile away from here, half a mile away from here. There aren't trucks. There's not fuel. We're running out of fuel to even broadcast. It is a very, very dicey situation here, and the bottom line is more needs to come, more logistics, more trucks, more fuel in order to actually get this aid to the people who need it most.
Anderson, is there any indication that the Philippines government knows that the problem is getting all the aid and the tarps that you are talking about that are right near you, that they know that they need to be able to provide soldiers or police or whomever to provide that to the survivors who need it, and that those reinforcements are coming to do that job? Or is everybody just sitting around waiting and wondering when help like that will arrive?
You know, there are hundreds of Philippine police and military here at the airport and elsewhere at roadblocks and such, but you don't see them out going block by block searching for bodies, searching for, you know, I haven't seen any search and rescue operations even in the immediate days after the storm. You know, you think back to the tsunami in Japan back 2 years ago or 3 years ago, within a day there were Japanese defense forces out they didn't have heavy earth-moving equipment. They were just out on foot, walking block by block. You know, they divided up communities. That has not happened here. People are left to their own devices. I was with a mother who was searching for her 6 dead children yesterday. She'd found 3 of them. She'd had to carry their bodies, place them under some sacks, but she was still looking for her 3 other children, her husband. She'd already found his body, and there's just no one to help these people. You know, people here are very resilient. They're used to being abandoned by their government for generations, for decades certainly, and you know, there's not a high expectation on the part of a lot of people here of outside help or governmental help, and that is certainly, their expectations have certainly been met. I think, you know, the government must know what's going on. It's just a question of ability and logistics. There are not the trucks available to get aid out here. That's something certainly the Marines are hoping to work on in the next couple of days, but it's still a very desperate situation.
That's so heartbreaking, Anderson. I know you did an aerial tour of the damage today. You'll be showing that on your show later this evening. What did you see out there? Give us some perspective of just how bad things are in some of these towns.
Yeah, you know, we went out with the Marines in their Osprey aircraft, which have now started to fly, which really allow them to get into some places that others have not been able to get into. So we went to a nearby island, about a 30-minute flight from here, called Samar. You know, again, it's devastation. It's one island after another all along the south that's just destroyed. You know, we landed with a member, a captain from the Philippine Special Forces from the Navy, and you know, he was talking to the people. He was trying to get an assessment of the damage. And the bottom line, the message is more supplies. We need food. We need water. And in these small communities, there's only about, according to this captain, only about 15 or 20% of these communities that have actually been assessed. So there's still a lot we don't know about what's going on in some of these outlying places.
All right, Anderson Cooper and Tacloban, thank you so much. Stay safe, my friend.
Thank you very much, Dwicky. So let me share the slides again. So Typhoon Haiyan was a major gust of wind that swept across different islands in Philippines, and you can see here in brown that Leyte and Cebu were the major areas affected. Tacloban is the point here, is a major city in Leyte Island. So this caused devastation, which was unparalleled, as you can see here, and it happened in such a quick manner. Again, the similar kind of issues, the supplies were cut off, the infrastructure were destroyed, so the aid could not reach that fairly quickly. And obviously the coordination and other issues which became a problem. So one would say that, like, look, these are the preparedness challenges, but these are also the reconstruction challenges, because what it means is that how do we reconstruct given that such a kind of issues are persistent and prevalent. So we'll look at some of those things that were done. But before that, this is the scale of damage. So you can see here, this is the Chakaman city. The ones in red where the buildings were destroyed, and the ones which are in light brown, that's where the buildings, those were the areas which were highly affected. The pictures on right are some of the picture. At the bottom is the airport. The city was destroyed completely in the sense that most of the buildings were gone. The impact, there were 6,300 deaths, 28,000 people who were injured, 4 million people were displaced. The houses destroyed or damaged were about 1.1 million. So total economic estimate of the losses was about 12.9 billion. Again, we go with the same lens, so relief, reconstruction, and redevelopment, what kind of activities are involved. So in the immediate, food, water, basic health, and temporary shelter were the key, largely done by own funding and the resources or the funding that was allocated by the government. That took time, but that also was an important contributor here. In the medium to long term, the housing and infrastructure, same kind of sources of funding, international donor, private donation, and government agencies. There were 78 organizations who were involved in the humanitarian shelter assistance. So just imagine the number of organizations that get involved in any disaster. The Department of Social Welfare and Development provided emergency shelter assistance. So emergency shelter assistance was the contribution in cash or material vouchers that were provided to affected households who had low income or who were below poverty line and met certain other criteria in order to provide them with some initial relief. Now, the challenge here is that now emergency shelter assistance, let's say if it was 10,000, now that cash was not cash. So people used a process of discounting them in the sense that they provided those vouchers to the material providers who gave them material worth 8,000. And once the cash came in 10,000, they paid them 10,000. So there was those kind of issues that emerged during the emergency shelter assistance as well. So here, what we will do in this case, we'll look at the progress with shelter programs, because there were 78 organizations involved, and many of them were doing the shelter reconstruction, shelter construction. So they had a very different approach. They bring very different kind of challenges that one could see there. So the total shelter need was about 1 million, and you can see here there were almost 500,000 houses which were completely destroyed, and some half were partially destroyed. And on the right, we have a chart here which shows the progress 4 years after the disaster. So to the right are the government programs and the humanitarian assistance program. So among the government programs, only the progress was very slow. Only 4% of the houses were constructed. There was a gap. The government had taken up to do 20% of the shelter needs, but there was 16% gap. The progress was very slow. In case of humanitarian assistance, which was pretty much largely led by the NGOs or aid agencies, the progress was relatively better. 34% of the houses were complete. There was a gap of 16%. But what is important here is that for about 30% of households, there was no assistance provided. Now that raises a significant question here, in the sense that if there are so many people who are still struggling what would that do to their well-being? So the response was quite slow. The shelter programs, there were two types of shelter programs that were undertaken by different agencies. One was short-term. These were temporary shelter assistance of 2 years. So there were three types of things done there. One was transitional shelter. Second was rental assistance. Here, the affected persons were provided with some kind of rental assistance so that they are able to access rental housing in the market. And the third is the hosting, in the sense that they could live with a family who can host them, and the cost was met through funding that was provided to the host. Then there were permanent shelter assistance, which were a program for repair and retrofitting, construction of core shelter, which could be expanded as the household's need increased. And the third is resettlement and relocation from those vulnerable areas to another areas. So what I'll do is very quickly look through some of the examples of the shelter programs and pause at each of them for to see what do you think about the responses that were there. Let's start with the transitional. These were the temporary shelter. And Tacloban, Chakpuro, so that you can see in the picture here, picture to the left top is the kind of transitional or homes that were built, temporary shelters that were built. On the far end, you can see that those are the houses which are already existing. So this was on a land next to those houses which were there, where the temporary shelter was provided. The toilets, the right picture here were the toilets which are community toilets. At the bottom, the water was an issue. So the water was supplied through tankers, and you can see the queues. So let me pause here and ask you to reflect on the temporary shelter provisioning approach, and from the two perspectives. One, what is the gap here and what could be done? Please unmute yourself and you can talk with the broader audience here.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm from Tacloban City, and
Yes.
I was here in Tacloban when Haiyan devastated us. Let me tell you that I am not really what's this comfortable with the so-called transitional shelter, because for me it's double expense. People would rather donors spend on this transitional shelter, and after 2 months the survivors were transferred to the so-called permanent sites. Unfortunately, because I think of the absence of an accurate data, housing, whether transitional and permanent, were constructed in excess. That's all.
Right. Right. And what do you think were the challenges that people faced during the period that they lived in transitional shelters? Were there any kind of concerns?
I think I know I observed and wrote this in one of my paper, that for women it was quite difficult because of the location of the comfort rooms. Most transitional shelters did not have an attached comfort rooms, and there was a problem of water. They also have, because this is made of light materials, security was also a problem. Security was also a problem. There were instances of rape, especially the younger ones.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And may I also ask you, if you were to reflect on this, could this have been done in any different way?
I wish we were prepared, because the construction of the transitional shelter could have been avoided, but rather if we have good buildings, sturdy ones, people could have been safer. Unfortunately, because this unforeseen, and we didn't expect this, we were not prepared. Maybe at that point, it was the only option left, especially that this was given from the donors. People outside the city came here to help us materially and physically. I think at that moment, that was the best.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So let me go to the next one. This is the another one from Chaklaban, repair and retrofit. So here the houses that were partially damaged, the households were provided with some kind of training and also assistance to repair and retrofit. Now here, the material that was used was local. However, with skill and training, people were able to partially retrofit their homes. Are there any observations on what could have been done differently, or what were the challenges with repair and retrofit?
Okay, let me share with you that on repair and retrofit, as far as the structure is concerned, this is quite stable, this is quite durable. But there were other forms of repair and retrofit where survivors were given materials such as coco lumbers, and because of the fear of the storm surge, some of them would repair by putting up a second floor without considering the materials that they're going to use, whether it would withstand a strong wave or not. They were just so enamored with the so-called second floor. They panicked because of the threat of the storm surge. So practically after Haiyan, people wanted a second floor to their housing units.
Right. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing this. Can I ask one question to others as well? That it was fairly reasonable expectation from people to build a safer place for themselves and possibly go another level should there be another surge and sea. What could have been a response that could have helped them in properly designing and building their homes, rather than letting it to be more like a self-driven activity?
Personally, being in ground zero in Tacloban City, people could not think well at that time. And since most of the people who were affected were poor and they lack resources, both materially and knowledge, they would just proceed with what they have, with what they know. So the idea of or the terms such as build back better and resilience, when Haiyan hit us, it was new to us. So we didn't know what resilience is, what build back better. Others would take it literally, like just going back to their old situation, or barely establishing themselves after the disaster. What was important was there was a roof over our head, and people would have something to eat. People was more concerned on livelihood. In fact, if you would ask them which one would they like to have first a house or a livelihood, they would readily respond that they would prefer to have a livelihood.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. So the livelihood, so that brings the another important discussion, which we'll take forward in our later sessions, is that these recovery components are not isolated, they are all linked. So you cannot isolate livelihood from housing, you cannot isolate safety from housing and livelihood and so on. So while reconstructing, it is important that they are also seen in the same way as Ledlin mentioned, that livelihood is a priority because people have to feed themselves first before they can do anything else. So, and usually when the recovery or reconstruction process happens, some of these components are not considered as a kind of working together, rather they are seen as a separate pieces, which becomes a problem. Okay, let me go to the next project. So first was the transitional, then was the repair and retrofit. The third element of shelter, which was relatively long term, was the core shelter. So core shelter was again provided by with the help of many of the aid organizations and their technical staff. So they tried to build a core shell which households could expand as their needs and resources allow them to. So the picture on the right here is that the core shell was built, and you can see that household has expanded their house. On the right, they also the toilet facilities and so on, they became important. And sometimes they were, depending on the needs and requirements, they were either added to the house or separate from house as the household desired. Now, do you see? Okay, the other issue is that the materiality. So what kind of material should be used for the construction? Should it be local or prefab? And in many cases that became an issue because many of the material were foreign. Do you think that there are any concerns and issues with this one, core shelter, that you would like to share?
Okay. This is good. This is in Cebu. What I saw here about the core shelter was not as durable as this one, because when we speak here of core shelter, it was a housing unit that was constructed again of light materials and is sponsored by the national government agency, particularly the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So I saw the core shelter in Giwan, Eastern Samar when I went there. So part of it was most of the materials were really still light, except for the roofing that they use now the GI sheets, not the native one. And the posts, the part of the post were concrete. But again, the walls were still the lighter materials, the one that you showed about the transitional shelter. Yep. That was the material being used. Of course, there was a small comfort room behind. That was the core shelter here in Giwan, Eastern Samar. But this one is good. This is already durable.
Right. So do you think that there were any challenges with that, particularly when the material were light material?
I am not sure about the light materials, the supply, because at that time they were saying there was this stories were going around that contractors were having difficulty in securing supplies, and not only the supplies but also the manpower.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So the technical and resource issues become important one here. Let me go to the next one. So there was another project which was in Marikaman. This was a resettlement project. So here the households were resettled into purpose-built resettlement colonies, a case which my colleague Jyoti will talk about later in case of Chennai, and she will examine with you. So here the houses were constructed. You can see their concrete blocks construction, and so on. And pretty much like a similar kind of houses being constructed at another location. So what do you think would be challenges or concern with these kind of developments?
Mm, we have this kind of structures here in Tacloban City. Some of them are have provisions for second floor actually. So this is really the housing unit for the so-called resettlement. So that's the common material made of concrete. But unluckily, we have issues here about durability, because we observe, and this has been written, that it was constructed substandardly, substandard. And also, while survivors were given this kind of housing, and in fact, they expressed gratitude because some of them didn't own their house. It's only with Typhoon Haiyan that they have this new house, including a better structure while they were still in the coast. The problem now is access to the basic services and livelihood. The resettlement sites are quite far from the city, and since most of the Haiyan relocatees were fishermen, or whose livelihood were connected to the sea, they find it hard now to get income, to have a good income. But slowly today, they're adjusting, but we still have this kind of problem.
Right. Thank you very much. I think that's a very important point. One is while land rights were important, the design and quality was an issue, and some of the complaints about the rooms being too dark and all these are there. Livelihood is an important issue. Many of these households have still maintained their houses close to the sea because this is too far from the city. So these are some of the issues which become important while designing a resettlement. Now, then there was another project which was done. This was a coast shelter and resettlement project in Cebu. Now, again, here done with an international aid agency, you can see that the community center was built, community toilets were also built, but the community toilets become, their functionality becomes problematic as over a period of time, who will maintain and who will use becomes a question. Now, while from the planning point of view, it looks good to have a community center and all that, but in a community, it may or may not necessarily meet the expectation of the communities. So the livelihood shift or lifestyle shift may not always be acceptable to the communities. So while this looks like a good project, whether it's good or not, from the community point of view, is something which is missed. So do you have any views on this one, Ledlin?
Actually, this is the common setup with the transitional shelter here in the city. You have a row house and then a separate kitchen and what's this, toilet facilities. Of course, I observed that sometimes the doors were destroyed. Nobody maintains, especially its cleanliness or sanitation. That's really the problem. Let me share you something about resettlement and livelihood. I would just want to emphasize this. The other day, 2 weeks ago, I went back to Tanawan Leyte and talked to women who are into fish drying. And I didn't know that they actually were awarded with housing units in a particular resettlement site. They're still living in the shore. And so I asked them, why are you not living the sea village? And they said, it's because of our livelihood. And they said that if only government would provide housing with special provision where they can place their dried fish, especially during emergency, they would not be staying in the coast. They wanted a place for their dried fish, but the permanent units are small and could not accommodate their fish and other materials, and of course the smell if they're going to bring it to their house. So that's one thing that I realized, and I hope government should really look into not simply building houses for the so-called vulnerable, but consider the kind of livelihood recipients have.
Thank you very much, Ledlin. I think that's a very important point here. And as we were discussing that, we cannot separate the two things, livelihood from the housing. I'm going to take maybe 5 minutes more just to wind up this session before we take a break for lunch. Hope that's okay with all of you. So there were a number of issues that have emerged from the Philippines case. There were problems with the emergency shelter assistance, coordination among agencies, land title is an issue, poor livelihood support and resettlement colonies, as Ledlin was also highlighting. The material selection is an issue. Some of the material were not local, not contextual, but they were used. And some of the material that were used later had the termite problems and so on. A good thing in this case was that the wash and shelter was combined together. The community involvement was always a challenge and has been a challenge in many of the post-disaster reconstruction work. Now let me give you some of the view from the field, like what do some of the aid workers and who are working in the field in different countries have highlighted. So an aid worker from Philippines, she mentioned that we are guided by, the question is that how suitable are the framework for disaster reconstruction that are used. So her opinion was that we are guided by build back framework generally, but since NGOs share their knowledge and information, a framework develops and we have internal frameworks. So you can see that there are number of different frameworks through which an aid worker has to work in a disaster reconstruction, which poses a problem because often these frameworks have very different objectives. They need not necessarily align with each other. Then another comment from a worker within the disaster relief in Australia is that there is a national platform called damage assessment, and all organizations operating in recovery process have the capability for damage assessment. And these are conducted and distributed equally among organizations. So what happens is that after disaster, a damage assessment is done, and which is then shared with other organizations to respond to. So that's a framework which Australia uses in its disaster response. An aid worker from Japan said that disaster management is under the Office of Prime Minister, which is very high level, top priority concern. And they have guidelines supporting the post-disaster reconstruction. However, there is a section about child-friendly spaces that every shelter means shelter development, needs to provide, but this is not mandatory. If it is not mandatory, it is not adhered to. And in any reconstruction, children or women are the ones who are affected. In terms of planning and resources, the Philippines, one of the main challenge that the shelter delivery faced was around no-build zone. So no-build was designated along the coast. Now, other issue was that the relocation was difficult to handle as it connected to people's livelihood. As Ledlin was also saying, that livelihood plays a very important role, and unless that is addressed, it cannot be satisfactorily resettled. So in coastal areas or informal settlements, you're not supposed to put people back, but then where do you relocate them? During relocation phase, where do they stay? So these are the questions which are important, but are usually not addressed in the reconstruction process. The rising cost, getting personnel in country, and shortage of technical reasons were some of the issues that Philippines felt. But that's not only for Philippines, but it's in after any disaster, these are the key issues. So in Japan, relocation for affected people, planning of their life will be quite different. Like where to go to school, what kind of jobs, their choices will be very different, or whether to have permanent housing, the new location, whether to come back to original house or not, the emotional issues, where to store the good during the transitional phase. So it's important that during the reconstruction, there is some sort of advisory which can ameliorate or which can address these concerns, which are real concerns. In terms of government response, the aid worker from Philippines said that the resources of government was strained, Haiyan affected many regions, and connectivity was poor. The utilities took a lot of time to establish, transportation was disrupted. So since roads were affected, some of the aid agencies had to buy boats and use sea route to transport building material. So all these are challenges that become quite important logistically to undertake any reconstruction work. From funding point of view, funding is a problem. Most funding that the aid agencies face is going South Pacific. So Philippines was having challenge in attracting funding even now. So we are looking for funding, not only us, but the governments too. Funding is needed to support day-to-day basic necessity of affected people. Now, in case of Australia, the disaster relief worker said that I think one of the things that is not well recognized is the delay in providing financial support. Now, this is an important one. Or rehousing of survivors, because it has terrible impact on their mental health and welfare and personal well-being. Red tape, bureaucracy, different tiers of government has not helped in resilience. The bureaucracy delays in response is another important issue. So bureaucracy is a problem that has been identified. The other is the fatigue, because the workers who are involved on field, they are also human beings. They get fatigued over time, and there are no resources for them to take care of their mental health well-being. So these are some of the observations which we have from the field. Well-being is an important concern. So mental health is becoming an important issue. So this is important in Japan and other countries as well. All right, so I won't read all this, but the core message here was that the mental health and recovery in disaster is very important. So what I'll do, I'll stop here. I know that I'm standing between you and your lunch, and we'll resume after some time. Dwiki, is that a 50-minute break now? Are we looking at?
It's 1 hour break, but we can cut it to like 50 minutes, 55 minutes if that's okay. So yeah, but before we go into lunch, I just want to ask for a quick favor from each of the audience. I've already promoted all of you to being the panelists, so that you can turn on your cam, and then if it is okay for you, for us to take a quick picture, to turn on the cam. So yeah, just to commemorate the day, and then I can take the screenshot, and then we can go to lunch and go back to this. I can take a quick one now. Probably some others are still not ready. Yes, so Uni, so Sakshi, and also so some, but then it's okay. I can take the screenshot now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'll see you again in 2 p.m. Tokyo time, at 2 p.m. Tokyo time. So I hope you have a good lunch, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. And the second half of the program will be run by Dr. Shukla, and she would take you through the well-being framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you
Thank
soon.
you all. See you then. So maybe we will start.
You can
Yeah.
start, Jyoti. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Piyush, for giving us great insights into the disaster situation across the globe and the case studies. So we now understand what are the challenges with the existing approach to post-disaster reconstruction, especially with the case studies that Piyush has discussed in the previous session. So welcome to session 3, in which we will try to look into a new theoretical approach. And why do we need a new theoretical approach is clearly because of the problems that we are experiencing in the practical world, which are actually rooted in the theories that inform our political ideologies as well as our approach to post-disaster restitution. And I'll take you through more detailed discussions during this session. Given that this is a post-lunch session, I'll try not to make it boring and put you off to sleep. So we will keep interacting in between. And please feel free to unmute yourself and ask any question at any stage you feel like. And otherwise, we will have a Q&A session towards the end of the session. In this session, I focus on capability approach as a method which is a theory which will give us new insights into the definitions of equality, well-being, and justice. Before I start, I want to quote UNDRR for acknowledging that we are trapped in a vicious and self-fulfilling cycle of disaster, respond, recover, and repeat. The people hit hardest are those who have done the least to cause these significant changes in terms of disaster. People who are hit the hardest are those who lack resources the most, and at the end of disaster, they are left with even less. And strategies that focus on giving back or addressing losses that are asset-based losses if we are approaching post-disaster reconstruction and compensation based on our understanding of asset-based losses, then clearly we are disadvantaging those who already had less. So what is the problem with the theories? What theories underpin our approach to post-disaster restitution? How do we define disaster? How do we define restitution? And how do we define compensation in a theoretical perspective is what we will discuss. So the traditional theories of distributive and corrective justice usually underpin our traditional contemporary approach to disaster management. The most obvious problems which these approaches experience is that we inherit systematic and institutional problems, consequential to which inequalities and vulnerabilities of the disadvantaged members are also inherited. These Inequalities or vulnerabilities can be in the context, physical vulnerabilities. For example, in case of tsunami and floods, people who are affected the most are those living in low-lying areas or flood-prone areas, which are otherwise either not available for development or are cheaply available for occupation, like property values in flood-prone areas will definitely be less. In terms of social vulnerability, people who are disadvantaged, low in the hierarchy, and are vulnerable in terms of their income status or caste status in stratified societies, are the ones who are disadvantaged. As I said, they are the ones who already have less resources, and post-disaster, they inherit the resource deprivation because of the approach we adopt to compensation and restitution. This leads to the second problem, which means concentration of investment in wealthier households and geographical areas. Because if our approach is to compensate the region or to compensate the household for the assets they have lost, then it means that we will compensate wealthier households and wealthier geographies better as opposed to poor households and poor regions. This is happening because we are narrowly focusing on economic contribution to human well-being. This is not to say that economic contribution or monetary contribution to human well-being is any less, but at the same time, we can't overlook other aspects or other dimensions of well-being, such as social capital and health. I have used the term distributive and corrective justice here, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But broadly speaking, given that we are borrowing our theoretical ideologies from these theories, it is not the problem with the theory itself, it is the problem with which we are interpreting these theories that have led to these problems. And therefore, there is a need for a more robust theoretical framework that can inform the design of a comprehensive and resilient restitution and compensation mechanism. Now, there are three jargons here. First, the distributive and corrective justice, the theory of distributive and corrective justice itself, as well as what do we mean by comprehensive and resilient restitution and compensation mechanism. So I'll address each of these concepts as we move forward. First things first, how do distributive justice theories and corrective justice theories inform our approach to post-disaster reconstruction and compensation? It is interesting. Let's first discuss about corrective justice, which means losses and benefits are caused by a wrongful act of a private doer. Let's take an example of some disasters which were caused by private doers. The September 11 attack on the World Trade Center. We know it was a human agency that caused that disaster. Corrective justice requires compensation to be paid by the doer. Now, in that case, the agency, even though it's a human agency, can't be held, we cannot get hold of that human agency to fix the problem because the intention was to cause the problem, and it's hard to get hold of that agency to fix the problem. So what do we do then if we are relying on corrective justice? Another example, a more optimistic example, is probably the triple disaster in Japan, in which the nuclear meltdown, tsunami, and earthquake were the three causes of the disaster. To a great extent, TEPCO was penalized for the wrongdoing of the nuclear meltdown, and corrective justice could be applied in that case where a private doer was responsible for the losses to a certain extent. Now, what do we do when a natural agency is responsible rather than a human agency? let's flag post that question and first understand what is distributive justice. Now, let's say instead of a private doer, the entire society is responsible for that disaster. For example, a dam breaking off or a building faulty construction, because of faulty construction, a building coming down. So if the society is responsible for those and not just a private group or a private agency, then how do we distribute the losses and benefits? So distributive justice, broadly speaking, would mean losses and benefits caused by social risks or those to be borne by the society. Now, these definitions are important in defining disaster itself. And I'll take you through how the definition of disaster has changed over time to shift the focus from agent, being a natural agent, to the society as a whole as the agent for causing the disasters. So the classical approach to the definition of disaster has been based on two things. First, the agency that causes the disaster. And second, what is the impact of that action? In the classical approach, or back in time, we as a society concluded that disaster is an event beyond human control, which has an impact on social functionings, which leads to failure of the social system to deliver responsible conditions of life. Now, as we have progressed further to be a more modern and more thoughtful society, we have realized that it's all disaster is actually caused by human agency, even though it is rooted in the nature, but the impact of disaster on the society happens only because of the actions and lack of actions of the human agency or the society. The disruption and vulnerability are the characteristics of the social system and not the natural system. As Sakshi was asking earlier, what can we do to overcome the problem of frequent flooding? So frequent flooding is a natural phenomena, but being vulnerable to it is something that humans can get over with by adopting mitigation strategies, by choosing locations that are less flood prone, or occasional seasonal evacuations, proactive evacuations, etc. So whether as a group, as a society, we are vulnerable to it, and whether we let natural causes cause disruption to the social system is a matter of our human actions as a group, as a society, as a collective. And therefore, the modern approach has shifted the definition of disaster focused on natural agent to the focus on human as the agency of disaster. Anyone has any thoughts about it? Or are we all agreeing to it? So I assume that we understand and we are agreeing to the modern approach, which holds human agencies as responsible for disaster, and therefore the onus of compensation and restitution also lies on the society as a group. And we are not doing enough to take that responsibility on board, because it is only recently that theoretically we have started acknowledging the society as the agency of disaster. And if we were not acknowledging that, and we were rather assuming it to be a natural agency as the responsible agency for causing disaster, then we were, in a way, not holding ourselves responsible as a group to compensate and restitute for natural disasters. And therefore, whatever was done to compensate disaster-affected segment of the society was seen as a welfare contribution rather than as a rightful compensation. So when the affected members of the society are more rightful about regaining the normalcy or the state of being normal as before disaster, the more rightful we will consider them, and we will acknowledge them as rightful members of the society for compensation and restitution, the more will be done to make it happen. The definition of disaster, I take the discussion forward to first quote UNISDR's definition and then acknowledge the role of capability approach in redefining disaster. So UNISDR says that a serious disruption to the functioning of a community or a society involving widespread human, material, economic, or environmental losses and impacts which exceed the ability of the affected community or society to cope using its own resources. There are quite a few things to notice here. First, the use of the term functioning, although it is not used in the context of capability approach, rather in a more general meaning of functioning of a society or a community. And yet we can actually translate this definition to relate it to the capability theory. And I'll come to that in a while. Second thing to notice here is that the acknowledgement of the damage to be wide enough or big enough to exceed beyond the ability of the affected community to cope with it, which means that help and assistance from external agencies will be required, as we often observe. In the context of capability approach or capability theory, we can redefine disaster as a process through which deprivation of elementary functionings happens for a large group of people to the extent that societal support is needed to reinstate or improve the situation post-disaster. Here, I'm using the word functioning as defined by Professor Amartya Sen, and I'll explain what capability theory means, what functioning means, and then we will come back to look into this definition more closely. I also use the term comprehensive and resilient restitution and compensation mechanism. I will again define what it means in the context of capability theory. And then again, we will come back to this to understand it better once we have discussed what capability theory is and what functionings mean. So based on the capability theory, we can say that a comprehensive approach to post-disaster restitution and compensation would entail two things, at least. Firstly, as per the principle of equivalence of compensation, which means one should be compensated well enough to be put back to the same situation as before disaster. As per this principle of equivalence, the affected people are put back in the same state or a better state as before disaster. And how do we do this? Is through a satisfactory reconstruction of all original functionings which people had access to, or by replacing those functionings with equally valuable or better functionings. And the second thing a comprehensive and resilient mechanism would entail, and as per the Build Back Better concept, is to overcome pre-disaster functioning deprivation and harness functionings which improve the resilience towards disaster and overall well-being. Lots of jargons here, and we will decipher each as we move forward in today's discussion. This is to basically induce some curiosity in you to understand and ask questions about capability theory. These are the obvious questions coming to your mind. What is capability theory? What is functioning? What are elementary functionings we are talking about to be reinstalled post-disaster? Let's try to clear our mind and go back in time when we were still evolving as a society. And there were lots of great minds, philosophers, and theoreticians who were designing the principles for the social, legal, political institutions, which we today experience in their most refined form, although constantly evolving. So most of these institutions were resting on the principles that were guided by 4 cardinal virtues: the virtue of justice, courage, temperance, and prudence. Now, courage, temperance, and prudence can be inculcated in an individual as a person, as a human being. If I am more courageous, it's not coming at the cost of anyone else's courage. I can be as courageous as I want to be without compromising on courage of anyone else. If I want to be prudent, same way, I'm not compromising anyone else's prudence. But when it comes to justice, being more just to one can mean being less just to others. And therefore, the distribution of justice is very important principle for all our institutions, the political, legal, social, moral institutions to operate. The virtue of justice has therefore gained a lot of attention from all the theoreticians and philosophers. And in his book on a theory of justice, John Rawls says that justice is the first virtue of social institutions. We want justice to be distributed equally. And therefore, many theories of justice explain how justice should be distributed equally. Within the broader theoretical paradigm of theories of distributive justice lies economic justice, which essentially focuses on just distribution of resources, such as land, assets, and other form of resources. Now, where does the capability theory fit in, and why are we talking about all this? Coming back to the discussion on justice and how justice should be distributed, there are 3, at least, mainstream theories of distributive justice that have been debated and discussed a lot, of which the theory of utilitarian distributive justice is most popularly accepted in the contemporary society. And most of the work that we see and most of our policies are guided by the utilitarian theory. If there is a problem with the utilitarian theory, that means there is a problem with all the policies, plans, regulations, laws that we are following. So let's understand what is utilitarian theory and how is capability theory different, and whether there is any currency in questioning the utilitarian theory and adopting from other theories of distributive justice, so that we can be a little bit more holistic in our approach to post-disaster restitution and compensation. So as a theory of justice, utilitarianism says that we should try to distribute happiness equally across all members of the society. Fair enough? Utility here means happiness. Now, the bigger question is, how do we define happiness? I'll flag that question and we'll come to that We will answer that question in a while. But let's broadly try to understand other parallel theories of justice and what were their arguments. What kind of equality were they trying to achieve, and how were they aiming to achieve distributive justice? For example, libertarianisms and egalitarianisms debated that equality of liberty is important. Equality in some other dimensions are also important, and how capability theory is different from utilitarianism, libertarianism, and other such theories is that it argues for equality of capability and functionings. Professor Amartya Sen argues that all these theories of distributive justice argue for equality, although in different dimensions. For example, utilitarianism argues for equality of utility, and libertarianism argues for equality of liberty of each individual. And Sen argues slightly differently for equality of capability and functionings. End objective is same, to be just to all members of the society. Now, what is the problem with utilitarianism? There are obviously extensive literature available on the theory of utilitarianism, libertarianism, and egalitarianism, and cross or counter argument for each. So I'll not get into the details of it, but we are broadly touching on utilitarianism, given that it informs most of our policies and practices in the contemporary society. Now, if we are trying to achieve equal justice and equal well-being for every individual, then utilitarian approach has its own limitations. We will try to look into how utilitarianism approaches justice and well-being. What is its limitation? Then we will progress into looking at capability approach and to well-being. And we will then talk about what kind of capabilities are crucial to a decent quality of human life, as argued by Martha Nussbaum, and how do we achieve that? Focusing on the utilitarian approach to well-being, it says that human well-being is equal to happiness and utility. So everyone having equal level of happiness guarantees that everyone has equal well-being, and therefore we meet the objective of being a just society. Now, to simplify, utilitarian theory has been oversimplified in some ways to equate happiness and pleasure to income and resources. It's kind of logical, because if we assume that income and having access to income and resources means we can translate the income and resources to any useful thing that we want to achieve. But then what is the problem to that? Equating happiness to income means we are omitting the happiness generated by non-income or non-resource based mechanisms. For example, having a family, it's not a resource, it's not income, but living alone as opposed to living with a family doesn't make anyone happy, and it has been proven in the psychology research. It does impact upon one's psychological well-being. Living with family and friends has a good impact on someone's happiness. But as per the utilitarian theory, if we equate happiness to income and resources, then we are ignoring and overlooking those non-income generating utilities. There is another example here. This is more related to the kind of discussions we are having, which is on losses caused by disasters. Let's say there is Mr. X, who is a big farmer, and the square here represents 16 hectares of land that is owned by Mr. X. On the other hand, there is Mr. Y, who is a very small farmer. He owns only 1 hectare of land. Let's say for some government purpose, say for example, building a hospital, 1 hectare of land is required, or rather 2 hectare land is required. The government acquires 1 hectare of land from Mr. X and 1 hectare land of Mr. Y. Now, as per the utilitarian approach, both of them have lost same amount of resource, which is 1 hectare of land. And therefore, both of them should receive same level of compensation, which is the monetary value of 1 hectare of land. Do you agree that this will be a fair compensation for Mr. X and Mr. Y? Anyone would like to comment on this? The question is that if we acquire 1 hectare of land from a big farmer who owns 16 hectares, as opposed to acquiring 1 hectare of land from a small farmer who only owns 1 hectare, do both of them have same set of losses? And if we pay the same amount for the value of land to both of them, does it compensate both of them fairly for all the losses? How many of you, maybe just by typing yes or no in the chat window, how many of you agree that payment of market value of land, say $100 to each, is fair compensation for each? How many of you agree? You can type yes or no. Okay, I'm receiving responses. Well, most of us think it's not fair that we pay same amount of money to both. Would anyone like to expand why? Why do you think it is not fair? Maybe I'll try to help you here. Mr. X, in case of Mr. X is losing definitely the income he was generating from using or cropping on that land. But Mr. Y, who owns only 1 hectare of land, was probably also losing the security of food and employment security if that 1 hectare of land is taken away. There might be many other things for which Mr. Y was dependent on this land. Let's say he was residing on this land, then he may also be losing shelter, security, etc. So that means utilitarian approach doesn't allow us to explain the difference between losses of Mr. X and Y, because as per the utilitarian approach, both of them have lost equal amount of resource, which is 1 hectare of land, and therefore both of them should be paid the same amount of compensation. And that is what we are doing as a modern society. We are paying everyone as per the resource they lose, and we don't look at the other functions which people extract from those resources. So we need a theory that can explain logically and rationally what is the nature of loss that people undergo when disasters happen. It's not just resource, so what is it? And how do we compensate them fairly? Because to be able to compensate them fairly, we need to understand first the comprehensive definition of loss. And that's why we need theories that can comprehensively explain it, and utilitarian approach is not proving adequate enough. Let's take another example. Now we are trying to understand how people use resources What do they extract from them? Again, taking example of Mr. X, who is done farming and wants to return home. So on the first day, Mr. X returns home walking, and after reaching home, he generates happiness of, say, 1 emoji. We are measuring here happiness using emojis because irrespective of how much advanced we have become, we still can't measure happiness. On the second day, Mr. X thought he will buy a bicycle, which is a resource. And after finishing his work in the fields, he decides to ride back home. He saves time, he enjoyed the weather while riding back home, and in doing so, his happiness doubled. Fair enough. Here, having a resource, which is a bicycle, added or doubled the happiness of Mr. X. On the contrary, Mr. Y is physically disabled. If we give the same resource to Mr. Y, his happiness remains unchanged because Mr. Y cannot convert this resource into any useful function for himself. So what does this mean? This means that the ability to convert the characteristics of a commodity into personal achievement, in this case, bicycling being the personal achievement, it depends on a variety of factors, including the personal characteristics of the person, as well as the social arrangements in which they operate. This is a very deep meaning statement. It tells us the importance of 3 things at the same time, which are necessary for happiness of an individual. First, access to resource. For access to resource, one does need income, and we are not undermining the importance of income and resources as has been emphasized by the utilitarian theory. That importance remains in place. What we are saying is that is only one of the elements necessary for happiness generation. The other 2 are the personal characteristics of an individual to be able to use that resource and to put it into some meaningful use for himself or herself. So the personal characteristic to convert that resource into usefulness is important. I want to emphasize on the social arrangements in which a person operates, or the institutional environment around them in which they operate, which is also necessary together with the personal characteristic and resource for the conversion of resource into anything useful. I'll take another interesting example to explain the importance of the social arrangement or institutions. This is the poster of a Bollywood movie called Dangal. Dangal means wrestling. This movie was based on the personal life story of India's first female freestyle wrestler who brought gold in the Commonwealth Games in India in 2010 for the first time. So a female wrestler from India was winning a gold medal in the Commonwealth Games in 2010 for the first time. She is called Geeta Phogat. Geeta Phogat was the elder daughter of another wrestler, Mahavir Phogat. Mahavir Phogat comes from a very patriarchal society in the state of Haryana, where women are not seen as equal, let alone in wrestling. Mahavir Phogat had this deep urge that he wants his child to be a wrestler. And for many years, he regretted for having a girl child. Both of his kids were girl children. One fine day, Mahavir realized that irrespective of the fact that he has girl children, he wants to make them into good wrestlers because he was a very good wrestler himself, and he wanted to pass on that skill, and he was trusting the genes he was carrying as a wrestler. So he started training his daughter as a wrestler. In a male-dominating society, there was no arrangement for a female to either learn wrestling or to practice wrestling. So it happened so that Geeta Phogat was wrestling against men. And that made her a very strong, solid contestant. However, it also meant for both Geeta Phogat and her father, Mahavir, to fight against society and social stereotype and norms where women were not seen and not encouraged as wrestlers. They found success by overcoming these social barriers, institutional barriers, and social norms, and made their way to a gold medal for India, the first gold medal won by a female wrestler. So that is where, in this case, Geeta Phogat had the personal characteristics. She had resources, although limited, but still, she had resources probably same to what other contestants or other wrestlers in Haryana had. However, the social arrangements in which she was operating were very different for a male wrestler as opposed to a female wrestler, but they overcame that and achieved success in wrestling. So this is what these three things, the personal characteristic, resources, and the institutional environment and social environment put together leads to conversion of resources into happiness. And these elements, these three elements, are different for each individual. And therefore, same resource can translate into different level of achievements for different individuals. Now, how do we define functioning and capability after hearing all this? To give a simple example of functioning, being able to bicycle, being able to wrestle are the states of being able to do or to be, being able to be a wrestler, being able to do bicycling. These states of being or doing is what Amartya Sen calls as functionings. We all want to achieve certain functionings by putting resources to use. It's not the bicycle itself that one wants to acquire. It's the state of being able to bicycle that one takes pleasure in. So functioning is the state of being or doing. For example, some of the very elementary functionings necessary for human survival is being adequately nourished or being in good health. Some of the more complex functionings can be achieving self-respect, being socially integrated, being a wrestler for Geeta Phogat was a complex functioning to achieve. Now, what Amartya Sen says is that the set of functionings that an individual has access to should be as wide as possible. The wider the set of functionings, the more is your well-being, because a wide set of functionings means one has access to resources, one has access, or one is operating in an institutional environment that allows the conversion of those resources into those functionings. And thirdly, one has the personal characteristic to convert those resources into functionings. So wider the set of functionings, bigger is your well-being, because the wider the set of functioning, the more is your ability or capability to choose from a wide range of options that then contribute to your well-being. For example, if I'm a monk, as opposed to a poor person, both me and a poor person have the access to food, but very minimalistic food. The difference between the two is that as a monk, one has the choice to eat more or eat less. But as a poor person, one doesn't have that second option of eating adequate, and therefore choosing to starve or not having adequate food or not intaking adequate food is a matter of choice for the monk, but the monk had a wider access has access to a wider set of functionings, which is to starve or to eat adequate. But the poor person has only one functioning option available, which is to starve. And therefore, the set of functionings, the wider the set of functionings to choose from, translate into our happiness. And this requires access to resources, having personal characteristics that allow the conversion of resources into functionings, and operating in institutional environment that allows conversion of those resources into end achievements. So capability is the chosen set of functioning. In the case of monk and the poor person, if both of them choose to starve, then that defines their capability. If the monk chooses to be well nourished, that defines his capability, as opposed to starve, which is the only option for the poor person. So being well, or having a larger or bigger well-being, means having large set of functionings to choose from. Now, what happens is that there can be no limit to the extent of functionings one wants access to. As an individual, I can be very greedy and I want access to every functioning that I can list. Fair enough, but does it mean the society is responsible to provide access to all the functionings? Where do we draw the line between social responsibility to provide functionings and individuals' responsibility to access those functionings? When it comes to some of the elementary functionings, or let's compare it with human rights, basic human rights. For example, food security, shelter security, security against physical harm, etc. These could be some of those elementary functionings to which everyone should have access to. So while SANE does not employ an elementary list of functionings necessary for a decent quality of life, Martha Nussbaum does propose 10 central capabilities which she argues are required for a decent quality of life by each individual. And she argues that the government has the job of making people able to pursue a dignified and minimally flourishing life, and they should be granted access to at least these 10 central human capabilities, as she calls it. What are these 10 central human capabilities? The first one is life, which means being able to live to the end of a human life of normal length, not dying prematurely or before one's life is so reduced as to be not worth living. For example, female feticide is a death of a child in the womb before she is born. And as per Martha Nussbaum's argument, that is something to which everyone should have, that is something that should not happen, because everyone should have access to a normal length of life. Once they have the life, they should have access to a normal length of life. Bodily health, being able to have good health, including reproductive health, to be adequately nourished, to have adequate shelter. For health, it is important that we have adequate nutrition, and for health, it is also important that we have adequate shelter. We are also noticing that in saying so, we are acknowledging some necessary resources. For example, food and shelter are resources which are necessary to generate the capability of bodily health. These resources may also be required to generate other capabilities listed here. So one resource can contribute to different set of capabilities, and there can be overlaps. For example, bodily integrity, which means being able to move freely from place to place, to be secure against violent assault, including sexual assault and domestic violence, having opportunities for sexual satisfaction and for choice in matters of reproduction. For this sense of physical safety, while a crime-free environment is necessary around every individual, at the same time, having access to a secure shelter is also important for physical safety against violence, etc. So the access to adequate shelter can also be a prerequisite to bodily integrity in some cases. Having senses, imagination, and thought, which means being able to use the human senses, being able to imagine, think, and reason, and to do these things in a truly human way, a way informed and cultivated by an adequate education, including, but by no means limited to, literacy and basic mathematical and scientific training. Here, in saying so, Martha Nussbaum is acknowledging the importance of education, but at the same time, she is also emphasizing that being able to imagine and think doesn't necessarily only depend on education and literacy. It needs more than that. Having senses, imagination, and thought also means being able to use imagination and thought in connection with experiencing and producing works and events of one's own choice, religious, literally, musical, and so forth. Those who are aware of Maslow's theory may relate it to the self-actualization needs of individuals. We all want to actualize ourselves by exploring those productive and innovative side of us, where we enjoy some religious discussions, or pursue music and art, pursue poetry, etc. So being able to imagine and think innovatively is also crucial to a decent quality of life. Emotions, which is being able to have attachment to things and people outside of ourselves, to love those who love and care for us, to grieve at their absence. Broadly speaking, generally, to be able to love, to grieve, to experience longing, gratitude, and justified anger. Not having one's emotional development blighted by fear and anxiety. So this also means having an emotional support system around us. This emotional support system which allows us to express our emotions freely and without fear and anxiety. This can come from a protective, safe environment within the family, within the neighborhood, and at a city and country level as well. Practical reason is another central capability that Nussbaum has identified, which means being able to form a conception of the good and to engage in critical reflection about the planning of one's life. Affiliation needs, these are again, I'm relating it to Maslow's hierarchy, where affiliation has been acknowledged as one of the human needs. Here, by affiliation, Nussbaum means two things. One, being able to live with and towards others, to recognize and show concern for other human beings, to engage in various forms of social interactions, and to be able to imagine the situation of another. During COVID, all of us were isolating at some stage, and we understand how important it was for us to have those social interactions. That was probably the first time when most social person would have also realized the need for social interaction. And these are our affiliation needs, which Nussbaum acknowledges as one of the central human capability. Another interpretation of affiliation is having social basis for self-respect and non-humiliation. Being able to be treated as a dignified being whose worth is equal to that of others. This indirectly also condemns discrimination based on gender, caste, income, etc., because it deprives the other person of many other things, including their self-affiliation needs. Another central human capability identified by Nussbaum is other species, which means being able to live with concern for and in relation to animals, plants, and the world of nature. The more we are damaging the environment, natural environment around us, the more we are realizing the importance of it, not only for our own well-being, but also for the well-being of the ecosystem as a whole and other species as well. So our association and relationship with animals, plants, and the world of nature is not dead yet. We are still natural creatures, and it is important for our overall well-being that we stay in touch with nature and we protect it for our own well-being as well. Play, being able to laugh, to play, and to enjoy recreational activities is very crucial for our own well-being, and not confusing it with play of children. That is important to them for sure, but play doesn't only mean playing in the field with kids, but regular healthy sports and being able to laugh in a normal way and being able to play and to enjoy recreational activities is crucial to the overall well-being. Having control over one's environment. Again, there are two broad interpretations of these capabilities. And why I'm explaining all these is in the session after this, as an exercise, I would like to discuss with you what kind of indicators can be used to actually measure these capabilities, if at all. So control over one's environment, meaning political control, and also control over property. So political control would mean being able to participate effectively in political choices that govern one's life and having the right of political participation, protections of free speech and association. The second aspect to control over one's environment entails being able to hold property and having property rights on an equal basis with others, having the right to seek employment on an equal basis with others, having the freedom from unwarranted search and seizure, in work, being able to work as a human being, exercising practical reason, and entering into meaningful relationship of mutual recognition with other co-workers. Now, how do these capabilities fit in the overall discussion on disaster? Sorry, apologies about the haziness of this image, but what we are trying to map here is on the left in the blue table, we have listed the social development goals, or the SDGs. And on the right, we have the central human capabilities of Martha Nussbaum. And we have tried to map the SDGs against these central human capabilities. So in a way, we can say that a more comprehensive approach to development goals would be to look at the central human capabilities that are necessary for a decent quality of life. And another way to understand sustainable development goals is that they are a more simplified version of what central capabilities are. For example, if we look at food as a sustainable development goal, then food ensures life, bodily health. So while life and bodily health are more abstract forms of saying, okay, we need access to food, the sustainable development goals put it simply for us so that it becomes easy to achieve the central human capabilities in a way. Now, as promised, I'm coming back to the definition of disaster, and I will also come back to the definition of compensation. Now, since we have understood what capability theory is and what functionings mean. So again, to recapture, functionings mean the states of being and doing, which are valuable to an individual. For example, being well-nourished, being able to bicycle, etc. So defining disaster through capability approach would mean Disaster is a phenomena in which the deprivation of elementary functionings happens for a large group of people to the extent that societal support is needed to reinstate or improve the situation post-disaster. Why I'm using the term reinstate or improve here is because at times before disaster, people might be deprived of those elementary functionings. For example, someone who is not having access to adequate food is deprived of elementary functionings of bodily health and nourishment. So if before disaster they have the deprivation already existing, then post-disaster we should try to improve it rather than reinstate them to the same state, which is a state of not having adequate food. As per the definition of comprehensive approach to restitution and compensation, we discussed two things. First, to build back better, which means giving back or increasing the capability of people to make them disaster resilient. And the first was to put them in the same state as they were before disaster, or in a better state than they were before disaster in terms of the functionings they had. So compensation or fair compensation and restitution would mean having access to same or better set of functionings as before disaster. That can come from the same set of resources or different set of resources. But what is important is to have access to all the elementary functionings at the least, and to have access to functionings which they had access before disaster. Put simply, a comprehensive and resilient mechanism of post-disaster restitution and compensation would either reconstruct or replace or add to the original set of functionings of the affected people in a way that their well-being and resilience post-disaster is bettered. These are some of the references that I have used for your understanding. Now, do you have any questions on this session? And once I take your questions, I have a small exercise that we can do together, which is to identify indicators for these central human capabilities. I would request you to unmute yourself, and if you like, also please turn on your camera so that we can have a little bit of a discussion on how do we measure these capabilities. Let's say if we want to go ahead with the capability approach, and we want to ensure that after disaster, everyone has access to these central human capabilities, then what do we do about it? How do we measure it in the short run and long term? I have given some examples here and would also like to invite your critical feedback on it. And to start the discussion, maybe let's focus on the capability of life, which means being able to live a normal length of life. Do you think life expectancy can be a good indicator of whether this functioning or capability is accessible to people? What is the vulnerability to natural disasters, frequency and intensity in that region, fatalities? Any thoughts, any views?
Jyoti, if I may.
Yeah, sure, Piyush.
The examples of indicators like life expectancy as a major indicator for life is a great thing. So in the disaster context, if we have to address life expectancy, what kind of resources or what kind of mechanism that would be required and how contextual it will be for an individual's characteristics, because each individual characteristics and ability to convert those resources is different. So maybe we can have some discussion around like if we were to restore this as a capability, what kind of resources do they think, or what kind of programs do they think would be helpful?
So you mean like life insurance should, as an example, that covers disaster related deaths as well?
Yeah, I think it is. But the question is that life insurance, if it's private, then poor can't afford it.
That's true. So that's where we want to understand in that there are two big questions here, I think. One, which of these things will require individual level intervention, like putting back together the ability to being able to express emotions, etc., will be very individualistic. One-on-one discussions will be required there. But for example, for bodily health, it can be a mass approach at a mass level, unless someone has very specific nutritional requirements. So especially in a post-disaster situation, so where do we draw the line on approaching at an individual level and generalizing how this can be addressed at a societal level? What do you think about play, Piyush? Like, do you think we have been,
Jyoti, I think let me take those two issues which you mentioned, life and bodily health, and possibly ask Ledlin or some other people who have experience of Philippines, particularly in the context of Hainan. Now, if they were to restore these things, if they were to ensure that the bodily health through the nutritional level is an important component to restore, how would their food program look like? And also, if they were to look at, say, life expectancy, how would their health program look like in the post-disaster reconstruction situation? Okay, let me probably expand that a little more. So when we are looking at nutritional level, and let's take child as a focus. So one would expect that between 0 to 6 months, a child would be dependent on mother's milk, breastfeeding. From 6 to 23 years old, they would have other kind of nutritional food like cereals and protein and all other things. And beyond that, they will have much more. Now, the question then arises that in a disaster context where the food is scarce, the challenges of meeting nutritional level, and we all know that if a child, let's say the Hainan, the impact of that was for a few years, and for the children who were in that age bracket, they suffered a lot. It would cause stunting, it would cause wasting, that would have impact on their later life. The question is that, do you think that programs that were designed, they were adequately addressing these issues? And if not, what could have been done?
So are you, maybe we pose this question to Ledlin. Ledlin, would you like to respond to this?
or maybe Uni, or Uni is from Indonesia and she has the experience of Asian 2004 tsunami. Or maybe Anna, anyone who would like to respond, please jump in and we'll make this session more lively in that way.
Hello, good afternoon all. My name is Uni. Well, actually, I did not experience by myself during the 2004 in Aceh, the disaster at that time. So, but then again, I have a question, but actually my first question is to Professor Tiwari. But because we still at this session with Dr. Jyoti, maybe I need to, I'm quite confused actually by the capability. The one that you mentioned, I think Professor Tiwari already mentioned earlier with the bodily health and with the life expectancy. My question is this two capability is already, I mean, prepared by the my question is actually whether this capability for the nutrition level is already compiled the data before, so we don't know whether, because during the disaster is actually well, Professor Tiwari already mentioned that the food scarce over there, so it is the access to the food, the water, and all the basic necessity is very hard to find. So the nutrition level, it might be during after the disaster or post disaster, there is the nutrition level for the affected people might be lower than that. But my question is actually, how do we classify the bodily health compared to the before the disaster happened? I mean, what if the affected area is actually based on the nutrition level, especially for those area that are quite far from the cities, let's say down a village or something like that? Well, it's actually the nutrition level before the disaster is already low. And how do we calculate the bodily health and nutrition level or the capability after the post disaster? So I'm quite confused over there.
Piyush, are you responding?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can start with that, and I would request you also to chip in. So I think, Uni, it's a very good observation. So let's say that, what do we mean by these capabilities? So by bodily health, we mean that whether somebody is able to live a healthy life. Now, here, my observation is the comparison necessary to between before and after disaster? Or is it that we should be looking at, since we are reconstructing and we are reconstructing for build back better, so we should be focusing on that. Since we are building back better, we should be looking at what should be our approach to building this. Are we able to do things that will allow someone to be able to have a good health? I think that's the question. Now, you're absolutely right. The resources are stressed and resources are difficult during the disaster time. And probably what happens is that the disaster prolongs for such a long time. The effect and impact is not just immediate when the tsunami is there or when the typhoon is there, not for that period, but it's prolonged. It's for many, many years to come. In that many years, some of the stakeholders, like children who would be in that age, they would be permanently damaged unless we have a credible way of focusing on them and reconstructing this capability, so that like they're able to be in good health and live a good life. So the focus here is not to immediately feed them, not to immediately feed them with rice or cereal or something of that kind. The programming should be such that it is holistic and keeps that in perspective, that while we are doing this, we do it in a way that addresses some of these longer term well-being capabilities that contribute to the well-being. Jyoti, over to you.
Yeah, I think Uni asked quite a few things in that question. One was, how do we measure these? Be it before disaster or after disaster. So, Uni, you are very right that while we have measurable indicators for a few things, like for example, nutrition can be measured with the among children and among adults, nutrition level can be measured, and we do have historical data on that for many countries. We may not be able to measure, or we need to find ways to understand whether people have been able to express their emotions and what kind of emotional support they have before disaster, after disaster, irrespective. So what is on what kind of indicators can be used to ensure that everyone has access to these minimalistic central capabilities. Second, some of these are especially in a post-disaster situation, some of these are to be addressed immediately and on an urgent basis. For example, shelter security, food security, and ensuring that people are protected against violence and crime, etc. These are to be ensured on an immediate basis. Some of these have to be built over time in the short or the long term. So post-disaster is an opportunity to build back better, but what dimensions need to be built back better are not only the physical infrastructure and housing. The dimensions which are important for a decent quality of life also include people's interaction to other species, their ability to have recreation and not being overworked, their ability to express emotions. So how do we ensure that all these things are in place in the long and short term, and not just fulfilling the immediate needs and building back better in terms of physical infrastructure only? So does it make sense?
So you mean, Dr. Jyoti, the one that you presented is actually for more like a midterm, yeah, midterm target, or this is what that we need to achieve, maybe not on the short term, but it's more like a long term, something like that, right?
Yes,
of
so
course
we
we
can
have
say
to
that
consider the
yeah, we can say that this is our objective. As a society, we want to achieve this for everyone. Now, in a post-disaster situation, some of these become very endangered and we want to address it very quickly. But in rebuilding back better, we want to still achieve all of this, and not just physical infrastructure and housing. We don't want to stop there. We want to achieve all of this, at least. So the exact checklist of tasks in the immediate, medium, and long term can be created in a way that it addresses all this, depending on what timelines are appropriate for each of these.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jyoti.
Does it make sense?
Yoni,
Yeah, it does make sense, Dr. Jyoti. Thank you so much.
it also addresses your other question, Yoni, where you said that should there be a framework which everyone else should follow? So I think framework should be based on the end objective. Like, for example, what is the end objective that we are aiming to achieve, not the means through which that end objective is achieved. Means could be different, but the end objective, if it is to build the well-being of individual, then you would have to look at how different ways can you achieve that. And that flexibility should be there in the program.
Yeah, very well said, Piyush, very well put together. So with this, maybe we will, I'll hand over to Dwicky. I think we are scheduled for a short break. I'll stop sharing.
Yes, thank you very much, Jyoti, for the session. I believe we will have a 10 minutes break and then we can go to the fourth session after this.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Dwicky.
Great.
So then see you all in 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Hi, Jyoti. I think we can start now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Let me share screen again. Okay. So in this fourth session, we will see the application of capability approach and try to understand the case of tsunami disaster in Chennai. As Piyush mentioned earlier about tsunami, it was actually the worst tsunami recorded in human history was this one, and with a huge destruction and fatalities, resulting in many fatalities. So we will look at the case of Chennai in India. More specifically, we will look at the case of vulnerable population in Chennai, which was living across the coast, mostly in informal settlements. To give a brief view of the disaster, which happened on 26 December, often known as the Boxing Day disaster or Boxing Day tsunami. It happened local time in 7:59 a.m. and with a magnitude of 9.1 inside the sea, which is like a huge magnitude, and it moved the seabed to the extent that very high tides were created. And in this map on the right, we see the water height, and above 10 meters was a danger, what is the danger level. And we see how at the epicenter in Indonesia and along the coast, in the eastern coast of India, including where Chennai is, and around Sri Lanka, these were the three most affected regions of, and it went to the extent of the eastern coast in Africa. So as Piyush already mentioned, in total around 228,000 lives were lost in this unfortunate incidents, and the largest fatalities happened in Indonesia, followed by Sri Lanka, and in India, some 16,270 of lives were lost as per the official record, and other unnoticed, unrecorded number could be much higher. And the extent of devastation was huge across the Indian Ocean region, amounting to around $10 billion. Now focusing on Chennai, Chennai is the fourth largest metropolitan city in India. India itself being a populated country, and then within the country, this is the fourth largest metropolitan city. So we can imagine that it's a big city with around 8.9 million population as per census 2011. And at least 26% of the population lives in slums or informal settlements. Now in the left-hand picture, we have the location or geographical distribution of these slums as per their size in terms of population. The darker the color, the greater is the population. And we can see that there are a large number of slums along water bodies and also along the coast, which means that many of the people who were affected by a tsunami disaster were living in informal settlements before the disaster. Now, the problem why we are studying Chennai case is this, that when disaster happened, it resulted in relocation of households living in the informal settlements into purpose-built resettlement colonies. while these colonies were better housing and they also ensured better built environment for the people, but through our study, we found that 58% households perceive that their condition was no different to what it was when they were in the informal settlement. So overall, their housing satisfaction was not met, but it wasn't mostly and only because of the physical infrastructure of housing itself, but because of the impact of housing on other dimensions of their capabilities, as we discussed in the previous session. So what we did is we tried to design an extensive survey where we asked questions through which we can understand those different dimensions of capability of human well-being. So overall, we found these problems with post-disaster reconstruction and rehabilitation approach that was adopted in Chennai. Firstly, it was a top-down approach based on housing and infrastructure development, as we see is a typical case with many reconstruction strategies across the globe. It was an ad hoc and reactive approach. Again, usually this is the approach we see. Involved resettling households living along riverbeds to purpose-built resettlement colonies away from the coast. This means that they were having a sense of loss of belongingness to the sea, as well as they were experiencing loss of livelihood and far distance from their original site, which was also their work site, meant changing their course of livelihood, etc. So resettlement overall was also detrimental to their livelihood, as we will discuss a little later more in detail. And overall microenvironment of these resettlement sites was not taking account that this was a fishing community and their work was related to fishing, and therefore it was not conducive to the jobs they were doing. In our research, our aim was to examine the key challenges with post-disaster reconstruction practices by using the example of experience of resettled colonies in Chennai. And the bigger purpose of this kind of research is to propose a framework based on capability approach to understand the detriments of well-being. This is one of the examples of the resettlement colony. And as we can see, these were multi-story tenant apartments, and overall the quality looks better to what we see here in the informal settlement. We definitely can say that the physical quality of these buildings is better, but what did it do to the combination of this physical infrastructure together with its location? It didn't make much of a difference to the overall well-being of people. So we tried to understand the other dimensions. To give a broad view of the sites that we were studying, these were all resettlement sites: Kanaginagar, Azilnagar, and Perambakkam. The picture here is of Perambakkam resettlement colony. Similar structures were built in Kanaginagar and Azilnagar. So the data we collected were from across these three locations, and we looked into self-reported housing satisfaction, but at the same time, we also looked at many other dimensions of well-being that influence upon this housing satisfaction. To give you a broad understanding of the household's characteristic, these were mostly low-income households with monthly income of the main earner between 5,000 to 10,000 Indian rupees, which is around 100 to 200 Australian dollars. So most people were within this range. And the income of secondary earner, like if there is a second member of the family who is earning, if there is a second member in the family who is earning, their income was majorly less than $100 per month. So they were essentially this is essentially to say that they are low income, poor households. The household size was, for majority households, it was around 3 to 4 members, and most of them were having 4 members, and not very large households. But I mean, not very large in the Indian context. Employment-wise, it was good to compare their current employment status with their previous employment status. And Piyush, I'll be happy for you to share your views on this, if I'm missing on anything. So as per the current employment status, 71% people were employed and 29% were not employed. This was a better situation in terms of whether they were employed or not employed. But this did not look very good when we compare the nature of employment, that is, whether they were self-employed or whether they were a staff. So as we can see that the people who were self-employed is 17%, as opposed to 83% who were staff. But then at the same time, we need to notice that 87% of them were unskilled. So if imagine yourself in the shoes of a society where there are majority unskilled people who are not self-employed or rather staff, so that means they will be employed in very low profile jobs and very low paying jobs, which are not necessarily guaranteeing employment security as well. Now, do you want to go?
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
That's a very important point here, because as Jyoti was mentioning earlier, many of these households were engaged in fishing related activities. Now, when they were relocated, this was 30 or 40 kilometers away from their previous location, that source of income and economic activity suffered quite a lot. They couldn't go fishing, so they had to adopt to others. So their skill set, which they had developed, they were of no use at this new location. So what as a consequence, so where we see that while the staff type of employment has increased, but these are largely as security guards or maybe some of those kind of lowly jobs. The issue is that relocation did not support their way of living and livelihood.
Yeah, and the shift from being self-employed to employed wasn't necessarily a good thing here, because self-employment there, meaning they were able to use their fishing skill and they were self-employed, but having lost that, many of them had to shift to petty jobs. Now, this is another interesting finding we have, the causes of relocation. So the share of households who were affected by natural disaster was 56%. And the share of households who were affected by man-made disaster was 32%, which means that due to master plans and other things, which these informal settlers were pushed out of the city towards the fringe. So many authors also express that in their findings, with they argue that many a times this relocation post-disaster is used as an excuse to evacuate otherwise valuable sites close to the city centers. So relocation at urban fringe and at a distance from their original location is not very ideal, but this happened in this case as well.
So I think here one point which becomes very important, which Ledlin was also mentioning earlier this morning, that the relocation site in Philippines were also quite far off. And given that when we had the no build zones and other kind of similar regulations which came in, which prevented people from living in those areas, which were coastal areas. So here, that becomes a big problem because many a time the formal planning or the city uses disasters as an opportunity to pursue their development agenda. Authors have called this as disaster capitalism, which was seen not only in India, but in other countries as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So how far can we buy the concept of relocation is questionable. Resettlement colonies and location and microenvironment. Now, satisfaction and fear reported by people. We asked if the dwelling unit had that suffered partial or full damage at previous location. So 62% people did not suffer any kind of damage at the previous location and yet had to be relocated. Now, the satisfaction with the house at their new location, which means the resettlement colony, around 58% people were indifferent. They were neutral to before disaster, after disaster housing. Whereas 17% people were dissatisfied. So put together, for majority, it either didn't make any difference to relocate or it made it worse from where they were. In terms of distance from where they were before disaster, 32% were relocated up to 10 kilometers and majority were relocated from beyond that. So this, we can understand that how difficult would it have been for people, especially this disadvantaged segment who has less accessibility to transport and commute, given that India is not a country where public transport is very frequent and very easy. So many people rely on private commute, and not having access to cars or not having a private vehicle or scooter, bike, etc. Or even if they have it, the fuel expenses and other things to move to travel back and forth from their original place of work meant a lot of additional expenses and loss of time. Now, the motivation for this research was coming from this very reason, where people were spending a lot of time in commuting as opposed to what they were in the past, I mean, before disaster. And especially looking at families with young children, for them, it meant leaving children alone at home, given that childcare system in India is not advanced at all, especially for those who can't afford it. And we are talking about the low income and poorest of the poor income segment in the country. So this meant that many people were leaving their children alone at home in a new society, in a new community where there were fewer friends and families. And this led to a lot of detriment to the well-being of children, to the extent that many children were slowly shifting towards drug addiction and were experiencing different kind of bullying, violence, and assaults, given that their parents were not able to spend much time at home and take care of the children. And also given that the social network around them was not existing anymore because they were all of a sudden in a new location where there was increased sense of insecurity as opposed to the sense of peer security that they had in their previous location that was built over time. Now, satisfaction with income of main earner was also not that great. And this satisfaction was actually reported to be neutral for 44%, which means they were neither very happy nor very dissatisfied with it. But for 30%, they were dissatisfied with the income of the main earner. And worse was the situation for income of the secondary earner. Satisfaction with employment, the current employment that they had, 21% were not satisfied, while 40% were indifferent, which means at least 60% were either not indifferent or not satisfied with the employment, as as compared to previously when 13% as compared to 21%, only 13% were not satisfied and 47% were neutral. So this also tells us that they were probably more happy fishing than as opposed to doing other pity jobs. And if at all, some skill training or other such initiatives would have improved their ability to settle themselves at a new location and find a new job, as opposed to just being relocated without having any consideration to their association with the sea and the job it was creating for them. Satisfaction with health status, around 18% people were not satisfied with their health status and 32% were neutral. Now, as mentioned earlier, the social environment in a new community, in a new housing community, was the biggest challenge because many people from different informal settlements were brought together, and the heterogeneity in the group was hard to settle and to harmonize. So as opposed to the previous location where not many new people all of a sudden come together at the same time, and therefore the reception of one individual or one group of family is better in an already established informal settlement. So the presence of family and friends in the neighborhood is very crucial to low-income earners because it either provides peer security to them or it takes away that. So in this case, presence of family and friends, around 16% people were not satisfied with the presence of family and friends, which was missing, and 55% were neutral. Households. Now, what we want to do is we have created indicators which then over time tells us whether this neighborhood is helping people meet their affiliation needs or not, or something that should be done to improve their sense of belonging with the place and building relationships. So we have created these indicators, but we are now trying to build a panel data over time so that we can look into these again. So we have nothing to compare, but this still gives us some idea of the indicators that we can use or design to understand the capabilities necessary for people. Like households' participation in social events can tell us their affiliation, whether their affiliation needs are getting fulfilled or not. Instead of directly asking people, are you satisfied with the neighborhood? We want to ask questions which are informing us that rather than just the subjective perception of the individual. So around 21% people were not satisfied or were not participating in social events. Neighborhood interaction level was not satisfactory for 20% people. And also households' willingness to help neighbors during disaster, at least 23% people were not satisfied with how their neighbors were behaving with them or how they were behaving with their neighbors. Now, whether people were having satisfaction with employment-related contacts, around 21% people were not satisfied and 58% people were neutral. So these are the kind of indicators we have created. We also want to monitor the social environment for children particularly. So presence of friends for children, at least 22% people were not satisfied, and majority, which is 59%, were neutral. Support system for children has similar statistics. Around 19% families were not satisfied and 62% were neutral. Now, again, as mentioned by in the earlier session in the list of capabilities by Nussbaum, that being able to express one's emotions without fear is crucial. And especially after having experienced a disaster, there were many kind of fears and anxieties that have developed among people and children, especially. So we asked people if they do fear disasters, and we found that majority people, like good 43%, fear disaster. Either are extremely fearful or very fearful of disaster. They, again, a similar number for fear of loss of life. Around 43% people were extremely fearful or fearful of loss of life. Having seen or experienced disaster from a close distance, these fears were important to overcome. And it is important for us to understand what kind of mechanism, post-disaster restitution mechanism, should be put in place to help people overcome these fear. Now, fear of loss of house or asset remained among 44% people, which means, and it is ironic that many of these resettlement colonies were flooded in seasonal flooding in Chennai. So this means that the location of these resettlement colonies was not risk-free. So whether it was worth relocating or not is questionable. And that has also led to fear of loss of house and asset, a continuing fear of loss of house and asset among 44% people. Now, fear due to lack of food security was existing in 50% people, which means that this is not only indicative of lack of social security systems in place, but this is also indicative of the loss of opportunities for employment as compared to before disaster, because as we mentioned, this was a fishing community and now they are depending on very low paying jobs for food and food security. Now, the fear of social disorder also existed among 44% people, which means that the new settlement or the new colony is not, people are not receiving it as or perceiving it as a place of social harmony. Fear of loss of education, even though we are talking about the least educated and least earning population, for them, education is the only instrument to break that poverty trap, and therefore they fear the loss of education the most. And at least 51% people were extremely fearful of the loss of education after the change of location and resettlement. Fear of loss of income and employment also prevailed among many people. Around at least 52% people feared that they will lose income and employment. This also tells us that the shift or after relocation, their employment situation wasn't very good, and therefore the sustainability of that community is questionable. Fear of injuries caused by disaster existed among 44% people who were extremely fearful of getting injured or in disaster. Looking at the neighborhood and incidences of physical violence in the neighborhood, 19% people reported that they have either experienced or witnessed incidences of violence in the neighborhood. This is a high number, and this is the major concern in these resettlement colonies nowadays. This brings us to the questions on safety of women and children, especially given that they are the most vulnerable and most easy victims to violence. So around 13% people were very dissatisfied with the level of safety within house, which means that there must be high number cases of domestic violence or assault, and 34% were neutral. They were neither satisfied nor dissatisfied with it. About safety at the next level of built environment, just outside the house, which is in the current neighborhood, the numbers are not very different. Around 15% people were very dissatisfied with the level of safety they experienced in the neighborhood. And this number is comparable to what was in their previous location. Around 14% people were very dissatisfied with safety in their previous location. However, the level or the number of people who were satisfied was higher in the previous location. As far as safety in buses or roads or in public transport is concerned, that's also questionable because at least 13% people were very dissatisfied with it. And that also meant, as we were talking about it earlier, that it is not only the resource, but also the environment, here the environment of safety at a societal level that either allows or curtails people's use of resources. So in this case, public transport can be less useful to women who are dissatisfied with the level of safety in those mode of commutes. About children, their safety within the house was concern for 14% households who were not very satisfied, or rather who were very dissatisfied with safety of children inside the house. And similar number, or rather a higher number of people were dissatisfied with the safety in the current neighborhood. And this definitely, when compared to the previous neighborhood, was lower, and relatively only 15% people were dissatisfied with safety of children in the previous neighborhood. This tells us some, or this gives us some idea of the peer security in the neighborhood that develops over time with mutual harmony and respect for the residents towards each other, as opposed to a new resettlement colony where the society is very heterogeneous and peer security is not existing. So our key findings based on this research suggest that opportunities for household income are usually not equally distributed in such resettlement colonies or in post-disaster approaches generally. Importance of neighborhood security and social capital is underscored, and this is particularly important for communities or which depend on each other and on the social groups for physical security and capital security. Safety level in neighborhood and access to an informal or social system for children are important to these communities. And when relocating or when creating a housing society for them, we need to be thoughtful of these requirements. The cultural inappropriateness of housing constructed for post-disaster resettlement is also an issue. Flooding and consequential fear of losing asset house still persist. And this fear was also existing for the loss of life and security, etc. Satisfactory level of protection from disaster adds to the well-being of the households. Now, this satisfaction and overcoming with fear and anxiety also requires additional efforts in terms of psychological counseling and other mechanisms that can help people come out of the trauma. Social equity and empowerment of female is necessary for well-being overall and even housing well-being. Safety and well-being of children and women needs to be addressed when we are considering relocation and resettlement. Based on this research, some recommendations that we made for post-disaster reconstruction was to set the focus on in-situ development of housing where housing was destroyed and is possible to rebuild. Carefully crafted insurance policies for income and property, land and housing loss. Although, as Piyush mentioned earlier, the penetration rate of insurance in Asian countries is very little, and therefore this may take a long time to show any good results. Nevertheless, this is a good way forward, and we do encourage such policies that improve the penetration rate of insurance. Also, insurance policies for the loss of life due to disaster may speed up the recovery process, as we have observed in the case of Japan. And immediately after disaster, mitigating the negative effect of loss of income would require approaches like direct cash transfers, if the need be. Long-term plans for guaranteeing income security would require substitution of jobs and employment. This is crucial to overall satisfaction and well-being of people. Further, we recommend connectivity of resettlement colonies through public transport to places of employment, and also accessibility to health and other services are of utmost importance. Poor design and quality of housing and neighborhood environment that does not meet cultural and social expectations can aggravate post-disaster trauma among people. It may be worth exploring the opportunity for people-led planning and development that is incremental and inclusionary in nature. This Piyush also discussed earlier in the case of Indonesia. It is important to take design and non-design steps to create positive social perception about settlement colonies, which are currently viewed as ghosts of impoverished. It is interesting that how we create new ghettos and we just relocate the old ghettos rather than trying to mix it with the overall and integrate the society and in physical sense, and therefore encourage social integration through these physical intervention. We usually don't take these opportunities and to encourage that. Social and economic infrastructure should precede resettlement. This is often missing, not just in case of India, but in case of other countries as well. So based on this experience, the broad level generalizable principles that we suggest for post-disaster reconstruction is that relocation should not be detrimental to households in securing income opportunities. Housing should respond to the requirements of the household, although sounds like an obvious thing, but we often recreate housing plans and layouts without considering the specific requirements of the community which is going to use them. Avoiding disrupting social systems which are based on trust and care for each other, and particularly for children, is crucial to the overall well-being of the vulnerable communities. We should take care of that. We should ensure social equity and empowerment of women. We should devise mechanism for protection of asset and houses and income of low-income households through public insurance systems. We should try to resettle households which does not disadvantage them through social stratification or affect their self-identity. These are some of the references that we have used in these discussions. Now, as your questions and feedback are invited, of course. And at the same time, I want to take you back to the earlier discussion on the list of capabilities. And probably this is an opportunity where we want to discuss with you the ways to build back better across these 10 dimensions of central human capability. Again, Piyush, I would request you to contribute to the discussions and also seek your views or feedback, or if I have missed anything in the presentation in the previous slides.
I think, Jyoti, it was a very comprehensive presentation, and it ties together a lot of discussions that we had, and we can use this as a framework. So when earlier we were discussing about Philippines or Indonesia, where relocation is an issue, livelihood is a question. What kind of shelter does it appropriately address the requirements of household? How do you ensure that during initial phase of disaster, the income flow continues as people are trying to rebuild their lives? And also, is the cash transfer better compared to, and this was shown in case of Philippines, where people were given emergency shelter assistance in the form of material vouchers and so on, which they were not able to use it immediately to procure things, but rather were selling it at a discount to others who can lend them money. So these are the key questions that we need to ask and understand, that what kind of disaster reconstruction program that we are designing. So again, maybe worthwhile opening it up for everyone and seek their views on.
Some of these look like they are very difficult to reinstall. For example, control over one's environment. This is not a short-term thing. This is more of an institutional overhauling that will be required to establish control of people over their built environment. And I think in the case of post-disaster reconstruction, the only instrument that people have to raise their opinion and voice is by voting out the local council or the local government. But is that vulnerable segment aware of it? And I mean, in the context of India, many a times very small promises can buy their votes. For example, just installing a working drainage system in an informal settlement can buy the votes good enough to incentivize people to sway their votes towards certain parties. So what kind of control are we talking about here? And how do we improve people's control on their built environment, on their own environment?
Yeah. Again, I would probably bring back the earlier observation that Ledlin was making, where she said that in the relocation communities, the people were not happy because there were fishing communities who needed a place to dry their fish, and it was not there. So that has an impact on their ability to control their environment. So it's very important that while designing program or designing shelter, we are not just too overly concerned about the physicality of the shelter, but rather we look at the functionality of a shelter and what kind of things that it was doing for people, and are we able to reconstruct those?
That's very important, Piyush, that you brought it up again. Like, we don't understand, like like it was actually surprising for me as well, because we don't receive or understand things from the viewpoint of the residents. What was surprising for me was how well established the peer system in informal settlements is to take care of children. So it was very, very eye-opening for me to know how that has been lost just at the blink of an eye by relocation. And what it means is the safety, not just physical safety, but also the safety of their future is risked, because if they are not physically safe, they are in trauma, and they are not having, then their many functionings of children is compromised, that their ability to express emotions because they are experiencing bully, their ability to play and enjoy their life as children and recreation. And then this will have an impact on their education, their performance, their emotional development, and therefore their future.
Yeah. Ledlin has asked one question. She is wondering how control over environment can be translated to voting and be consistent. So there are a couple of points here to make, Ledlin. Recently, there were elections in Delhi, the local government election. And it was an eye-opener because the localities which were poor, which were informal, the percentage of people who voted were significantly larger, like 62% of people who voted were from there. while the localities which were well established and where middle income classes or the high income classes live, which were formal, planned, the voting percentage was lower. So for people who are living in vulnerable situation like in informal settlements or in unplanned areas, it's negotiation through these political means that ensures their survival and access to the services which are not available to them in the formal planning situation. So the people use their voting right to assert, number one, their citizenship, and number two, to negotiate their requirements with the establishment. So from that point of view, it becomes important that control over one's environment through voting is an important channel here.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
I would be happy if that was how things turned out here. Because for instance, if people have control over one's environment, they should have removed political leaders who were responsible for bad housing, for the delay in the reconstruction, etc., the lack of services. Apparently, they, meaning this, these survivors, just put them back into office. That's why I was asking, how do we make certain alignments that truly control over one's environment will also translate into a good electoral choice, meaning political leaders who will be protecting them, who will be giving them good environment. So that's one of the my concern. The other thing that I'd like to share with you is if there's one thing that was quite a positive thing that happened in the resettlement site was that mothers expressed that prior to Yolanda, families with children with special disabilities would not know each other. They would tend to hide their children. But when they were relocated, they discovered that there are quite a good number of survivors, meaning families with special children, and that now they freely roam around. They can bring their children, those with special needs, outside of their homes. So that was something that really caught my attention, because even myself, I was surprised that there were several families with children with special needs. So I'm also curious as to what factors led to this mother's courage to bring their children out to the open. That's all.
Thank you very much. I think that's a wonderful point. But may I ask one question? Whether the design of program ensured more, what do you call it, inclusivity, or was it just a kind of by chance it happened? Because people were brought together and it just happened that many of them were suffering from disabilities or some other kind of concern. They just got together by accident. Or was it a positive thing in the program? I think that's inclusivity, as I said earlier, because different people have different requirements, should be the part of the program by design.
Yeah, okay. So far, the housing design here didn't really follow according to one's needs, like a structure for the elderly, a family with the children with special needs. We didn't follow that. It's the same structure for everyone, whether for the normal ones and those with special needs. I think it's this is only my observation. I really I'm not sure if it's the environment because they're now what's this, close to one another because they are living in row houses. Unlike when they were still in the coast, they were living far from each other, and they didn't know who was with having whose family were having special children. So it was their relocation, since the relocation brought them to become neighbors, that they realized that there are quite a good number of families with those children. Plus the fact that I think it's the roads, because in GMA, for instance, GMA Kapuso village, the roads are paved, and so they can easily bring the small kids outside. Unlike in the coast where they find the difficulty, there was not really much space. As to the programs, I don't think there was this program for families with special needs, because they were actually looking forward to humanitarian organization to provide them, because they feel that government cannot provide assistance for families with children with special needs.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point here, which you're making, Ledlin, because in Indian case, which Jyoti was presenting, those 4-story buildings that you see, there is no elevator. So think of a family which has someone who is disabled and they have to go up and down even once in a day. It will be a major task. So the question is that while the disaster reconstruction is becoming better as the lessons are being learned, but if we had the outcome as the starting point, that what do we want to achieve, then we would work backwards and design programs that would reach those outcomes. If we would have said that, like, look, the safety or bodily integrity or safety is something that we have to achieve, then we'll say that, okay, for women, what needs to be done? When we are designing our common areas, parks or recreational areas, how do we design in such a way that it's inclusive and at the same time safe, so that no one is under the pressure or under the threat? How do we design our bus stops that the women are not harassed there? It's possible to do that, right? So the question is that, like, where do we start? Should we start from the point that we have lost these things, so it has to be built? Or should we start from the point that these are the things which we want to achieve because they are important for well-being, and then work backwards and design our programs? So that's the question which we are trying to address here. Jyoti, would you like to add?
Yeah, as Anna is acknowledging that perhaps it was a positive externality of a coping mechanism due to being resettled. Very rightly put, Anna. I think probably there is a lesson to be taken that when we are combining or when we are resettling, if at all we need to do that, there should be some sense of responsibility to be inclusive, of course, and then benefit from the commonalities that people who are resettled may have. And in this case, the commonality is their vulnerability to physical disability or the need for special requirements. The commonality could be the old age requiring some assistance, etc. So while mixing people is a good thing, but we can be more sensible when we are putting new communities together. Now, one of the question about the voting, the power to vote, how it can be used to give more control to people over their environment, is also related to what Uni is asking. Very rightly understood by Uni that these settlements were not formal settlements. They were informal settlements before disaster, which means that people did not have legal rights on the land that they were residing on. Now, this means they were not entitled for any formal services, be it water, sanitation, electricity, or gas, LPG, etc. So this meant they were very much in need of those basic services, even though their citizenship rights and their right to vote is independent of whether they are entitled to the land that they are acquiring. But then they become very interrelated, because to be entitled to, not to be entitled, rather, to be having access to the basic services like water and sanitation and electricity and LPG, people then don't have their rights. And if some rights are given to them, those are more like obligations or favors and not rights, because the access to water, sanitation, etc. is linked to a legal property right. So does this mean, how is India coping up with this problem is by formalizing slums, which means that without relocating slums, those slums which have survived long enough and where people have been residing for a certain number of years, those slums then acknowledge the residents to be the legal residents and having the right to shelter security while being at the same location where they are. And then their rights to other services like water and sanitation and electricity are de facto provided. But for informal slums, which was the case with the Chennai residents that we were studying, for informal slums, those basic rights or access to water, sanitation is also difficult. And that is where political parties try to offer them those basic requirements, and that becomes a favor against which they seek votes. Now, if people have the entitlement of property or legal right on property, then they will be able to use their voting rights more properly without any influence, because then they will be entitled to all other access to services. So I think this broadly puts into light Uni's question that how should we address the challenge of illegal property occupancy, and how can we overcome that? What do you think, Piyush?
I think absolutely. So the legal right, which has been, the land rights have been one of the key component of any of the post-disaster program. And they are important as they provide the control over their own environment through voting rights and through their ability to modify the places where they live. The one question which bothers me, and this is my personal opinion here, is that we observed in case of Chennai also, when people were living in informal settlements, they were living in for many, many years, even before the city of Chennai was formed. So they had historical reasons why they were living in those locations. And when they were placed into formal resettlement colonies, there was a requirement of payment for the maintenance. So the properties, since it was all multifamily buildings, they had to be maintained. So they were required to pay. Now, in the informal settlements, they were not accustomed to paying this. And low-income household, they felt that it's a substantial burden which is being imposed on them in the name of formality. They said that de facto right to land they already had in the previous location as well. So it's very important that when the land rights are granted, there has to be a visible, distinctive benefits that the household should see. Otherwise, they will see that it's an imposition on additional burden on them rather than a benefit.
Yeah. Now, I was also wondering that how good or bad are we doing as a society when it comes to having data on these softer aspects which are not asset-based. For example, the need to express emotions is very related to mental health status of people. Now, what can we do and how should this be addressed? Whether, I mean, of course, it is an important element of well-being, irrespective of whether it's post-disaster or pre-disaster, but this is particularly important post-disaster, more so among younger age groups or children. Like the need to express their fear and anxiety and to address it is crucial to their overall well-being. Now, what can be done and what should be done and what are societies doing? Is any country proactively looking into it? I would like to benefit from the experience of everyone who is participating here, if they have something to share on this dimension of well-being or any other dimension which we can learn.
Maybe I will add one observation which I have seen in the context of Australia, where the disaster relief operation strike teams, they have one or two psychological counselors as part of that team, because they realize that mental trauma that the households face after disasters are quite significant and detrimental for the future of their own reconstruction. So they have started including the psychologist within their strike teams post disaster. It's a very formalized system.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear from what is happening in Philippines or Indonesia or any other countries.
May I share? Immediately after Yolanda, we observe a lot of people appearing to have in mental distress. But some of my friends, especially those who were working in the church, believe that if people would be provided immediately livelihood packages, the so-called mental anguish, anxiety would be lessened. If based on our experience, these mental issues becomes more prominent if people do not have livelihood, if people do not have something to eat. So if there's food, there's livelihood, the tendency for mental issues would be reduced. That is as far as our observation is concerned.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. The first thing is that during the initial phases, it's important that the flow of income is there. And because without that, it could cause significant damage to their mental well-being. So income has to support their day-to-day requirements. Otherwise, that will be a problem. So sometimes it is argued that probably cash transfer in the initial period is much better as an instrument rather than trying to solve their problem through other mechanisms.
Yeah, because cash transfer will probably at least meet the requirement of income loss in the short term, while people are trying to install back their jobs and job security. And in this case, in the case of Chennai, it isn't easy in India to find employment for a graduate or postgraduate, let alone an uneducated person who is not skilled. So the transition from being a fisherman to being unemployed was very quick, and the transition from being unemployed to employed again would probably not happen. So in that case, how long do you think the cash transfers can support people, Piyush? Or should support people?
That's a good question. So it's not that easy answer there, because the reconstruction of livelihood takes a lot of time. And it's always better to reinstate the original livelihood that the people were engaged in rather than trying to create a new one, because that would require training, that would require lots of other things, which is very difficult, which is not easy. So I guess maybe it brings us back to the question of when we are looking at some of these capabilities, that in order to ensure that what path should we take? There could be numerous different paths, and that's where the flexibility should be. That's where the individual characteristic and requirement should be taken into account, rather than trying to impose the very similar kind of formula on all those who are affected.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. And I mean, there are so many things to be thought about. When we open this list of capabilities, firstly, we have so much thinking to do in terms of the indicators that can inform us about the appropriateness of the actions that we may plan to improve these capabilities. For example, if we are trying to improve one's control over one's environment, how are we going to measure whether we are doing the right thing or the wrong things? It's not necessarily to measure by having a measurable, quantifiable indicator like voting rate, but also people's own perception. And we shy away from adopting any personalized approach to development because it involves talking to people. And we often give the justification that it will be time consuming. But does it have to come otherwise at the cost of people's well-being? Probably not. It can be time consuming, but it will be worth it. So some of these actions post-disaster definitely require immediate attention and may not give us ample time to consult people or involve them in the discussion. But most of the short to medium term plans will give us the opportunity to talk to people and involve them in the process. So although I feel where to draw the line, for example, after disaster, people are usually not in their best physical health state. And if, let's say, we want to involve them in so many discussions and policies, people get tired. They want outcome. So again, where to draw the line? So I think with that, if anyone has any other views, I will invite that now. And otherwise, I'll pass it back to Dwiki.
Hi, Jyoti. Great, thanks very much. So, are there any further questions for this session? Great. So if not, I believe this would be the end of the workshop. Unless, Professor Piyush, do you want to add anything before I close this session with the closing remarks, recorded closing remarks from Dr. Sitaram?
Thank you very much, Vicky. The only thing which I wanted to say here is that the idea of this workshop was more to think together in the direction of what should be the framework which could help us in determining what a post-disaster construction look like. We were not the idea is not to have a kind of developed framework or something which is like a solution here, but it's more important to start thinking in the direction of what could be that common framework which could then bring together different parties of different stakeholders, get over with those coordination and management issues, all the funding issues that we spoke about in our earlier sessions, and think what a unified solution or framework would look like, while the solution could be many. for each individual, for each society, and for each disaster. Over to you, Dickie.
Great, thanks very much. Jyoti, do you want to add anything else before I pass on to the recorded closing remarks?
Yeah, definitely. Very briefly, I would like to first thank all the participants, and I would like to leave you with the thought that we are not doing enough. And here is a framework, just the inception of thinking beyond what we are doing and how can we do it better. And capability theory is just one of the ways to think forward. And it will be good to question the end objectives that we are trying to achieve and whether they are adequate and what can be done better. So I'll leave at that note.
Great, thanks. So we have this closing remark from Dr. Sitaram, Senior Consulting Specialist from the ADBI. I will share his closing remarks here. Are you able to hear the...
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining today's workshop on sustainable approaches to post-disaster reconstruction. I'm delighted that we had a full-day workshop with intense discussions on the challenges and opportunities for sustainable post-disaster reconstruction. I hope all participants appreciate the need to move away from traditional quick fix approaches towards a more sustainable and resilient solution. In this regard, it is necessary to consider not only the physical needs of a community, but also the social, economic, and psychological needs of the people who are affected. More importantly, stakeholders must come together and collaborate for the long-term development of the affected community. My sincere gratitude to our distinguished experts, Professor Piyush Tiwari and Dr. Jyoti Shukla, who jointly led the workshop very well. I would like to also thank our colleagues from the Asian Development Bank in the headquarters and the ASEAN Secretariat for their kind support and guidance for the workshop. We will incorporate the learnings from this workshop when we finalize the edited volume, to which several of you have contributed, and Professor Tiwari is one of the co-editors. Finally, my sincere appreciation to my colleagues at ADB Institute, Dwiki, Sakshi, and Aki Savanaka for their support to successfully deliver today's workshop. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess that closes today's quite a long day. So I really appreciate you for coming really early in the morning, especially Professor Piyush, who starts joining us since 5:30 a.m. in the morning. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And for other colleagues who have been joining since the morning and who also joined in the previous session with Professor Naomi Aoki of the University of Tokyo, I really appreciate it. So please feel free to still get in touch. You have my email, and then we will keep your details in our database, and then we will send you more information about future workshops or events. And please stay connected, and we will see each other soon again. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for Piyush. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you very much, Dwiki.
Thank you,
Aki.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dwiki,
Thank you,
Sakshi.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.